Hi, and welcome back to the 2022 SEVA Awards celebration. I'm Yasmin from Del Campo High School, and today we're continuing with our daily finalist announcements in preparation for Sunday's SEVA Award Night celebration. Join us each day this week at 5 p.m. right here on SECC Comcast 16 as we gear up for Sunday's big event. You can also stream and connect with us online at secctv.org and by using the hashtag SEVA Awards. Today, we're announcing the SEVA 2022 finalists in the documentary category. This category includes videos of any length that provide an in-depth educational look at topics such as classroom curriculum, people in current events, or history. Let's take a look at this year's documentary finalists. In the K-3 documentary category, the finalist is Z-Strong, Florence Markoffer Elementary School. In the grades 4 to 6 documentary category, the finalists are A Day in the Life of a CFer, Sunrise Elementary School. American River Pollution, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. Equity in San Juan Unified School District, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. Into the Deep, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. Lake Natoma Bald Eagles, Sunrise Elementary School. One of a Kind, Florence Markoffer Elementary School. Save the Orcas, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. Shop Local, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. Single-Use Plastics, The Massive Dilemma, Creative Connections Arts Academy. Skateboarding is for Everybody, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. The Importance of Training Your Dog, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. Video Game Addiction in Children, Del Paso Manor Elementary School. What a great variety of topics. Now let's take a look at the middle school productions. In the grades 7 to 8 documentary category, the finalists are Celebrating an Indian Wedding, Heron School, Fracking, Leading Edge Natomas Charter School, Future Quest, The Future of Youth Pre-Engineering, Catherine L. Albiani Middle School, Global Warming, A Worldwide Issue, Catherine L. Albiani Middle School, Jay's Detailing, Heron School, Living Through COVID, Winston Churchill Middle School, Mahoney Fishing History, Heron School, Michelle Campbell, Cam's Theater Teacher, Catherine L. Albiani Middle School, Mother Hips What You Need to Know, Andrew Carnegie Middle School, Shashari Kubari, Art Inspirations Heron School, Southern Silence, Southern Middle School, The Importance of Family, Heron School. Another strong set of videos. Next up, high school. In the grades 9 through 12 documentary category, the finalists are Augmentative Communication Devices, Galt High School, Benefits of a Video Production Program, Galt High School, Bob's Business, Del Campo High School, Breath, Rio Americano High School, Free Food Policy, Good or Bad, Franklin High School, My Woman, Indercom High School, PG Wrestling Doc, Pleasant Grove High School, Project Pronouns, Casa Roble Fundamental High School, San Juan Students Return, Del Campo High School, The Close of Trend Documentary 2021, Galt High School, The Future of Generation Z, Franklin High School, The Story of Sue, Del Campo High School. There you have it, this year's Student Educational Video Awards documentary finalists. Those are really short clips, but just like yesterday, we have the full-length versions of each video ready to roll. Don't forget about Sunday's SEVA Award Night celebration event. But for now, enjoy each of this year's documentary finalists, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. for our school news finalists, right here on SECC Comcast 16.
My papa is Z-Strong. What is Z-Strong? Let me show you. My papa is my grandpa. He was born on October 10th, 1963 in the Philippines. He moved to America when he was 7 years old.
We moved to America, me, my brother, my sister, my mom, in 1970 was when we flew in from the Philippines. My dad came in a year earlier, before 1969, to find a place for us to live.
He's a good child and very respectful, and he was friendly, and he's really very dedicated also to his studies, and he was just a great kid.
My papa has always loved fitness. He started working at the gym when he was 18 years old. He has worked in the fitness industry for 40 years now.
I just love working people out and having people reach their goals, make them feel better about themselves, get stronger and skinnier, and work on their weight loss and strength and all that stuff. I just love being with people.
My papa competed in bodybuilding and won first place 2 times. He won his first competition at age 35 and his second at age 50. My papa has always been healthy, but on August 6, 2017, he had a stroke while training one of his clients. When my papa was in the hospital for his stroke, they found that he had kidney cancer. He showed no signs of cancer, and if it hadn't been for his stroke, the doctor said it was likely that he would have died of cancer. So, what does it mean to be Z strong?
It's the philosophy of family, right? That you can get through anything with your family. So sorry, I was just thinking about what we went through with your papa. And that was a lot. So yeah, so not only his disposition, but it was the family coming together to ensure that he got better. Or anyone, if anyone is sick or needs help, that kind of thing. So, and just being optimistic, that's part of being strong, not only healthy, but outlook in life, optimism, and prayer, like Mama says. So.
Now my papa is almost fully recovered and back to the gym, helping people to be healthy.
So when Papa got back to training, I was really happy. And it wasn't that I was just happy for myself, I was really happy for Papa, because for Papa, being in the gym is probably his favorite thing. It's one of my favorite things too. And I know that he really likes helping people and he really likes being in there. And so I was just very happy for him that he was able to do the things that he enjoys again, and that he was able to help people kind of change their lives and be healthier.
Now I get to train with my papa and learn more about what it means to be Z strong.
My name's Ethan, and I am 12 years old. I have a genetic disease called cystic fibrosis. This is a day in the life having cystic fibrosis. Every morning I take a lot of pills. One is for my liver to keep my levels down. Some are vitamins, since my body doesn't absorb vitamins, as well as people without CF. An allergy pill for my sinuses. And the last two are an amazing new medication called Trikafta. Trikafta helps CFers with GI issues, increase in lung function, and has helped with weight gain. Most CFers need to take enzymes when eating to absorb nutrients and help with weight gain. But due to medications like Trikafta, my body started to absorb the nutrients from the food I eat, making it so I no longer have to take these pills. I need to take 22 enzyme pills each day. You can imagine my excitement. This is uncommon for most CFers. I have to do treatments 2 times a day, even if I'm healthy. In the morning, my treatment takes 50 minutes to complete. First, the epidural opens my airways, then the hypertonic saline thins out the mucus in my lungs. Finally, I end my treatment with the vest machine. it breaks up the thin mucus even more. In the evening, my treatments are 20 minutes shorter, but look somewhat the same. Instead of hypertonic saline, it's pulmozyme. Then I finish with a vest. According to CFF.org, cystic fibrosis is a genetic disorder that affects the lungs, pancreas, and other organs. According to Emily, Entourage.org, people with CF can't be together. Twice a day, once in the morning, once at night, I do a sinus rinse to help clear out my sinuses. I've had 2 surgeries to clear out blockages and remove any polyps that were found. According to CFF.org, more than half of the cystic fibrosis population is over 18. At least 4 times a year, but usually more, I have to get a blood draw to monitor my liver, my vitamin levels, check for diabetes, and many other things. On average, they take about 4 vials of blood. I have a special lab assistant who takes my blood as she can always find my small veins. Every 3 months, I go to the clinic, where I see my pulmonologist, dietitian, respiratory therapist, social worker, and GI. Here are 2 interviews with my pulmonologist and respiratory therapist.
I'm Dr. Diana Go. I work at Kaiser Roseville here in Eureka campus. I'm a pulmonologist, a pediatric pulmonologist that specializes in asthma, cystic fibrosis, lung diseases, and also sleep problems. I work with Brian Carbo, the respiratory therapist that you will see in the next video.
What is cystic fibrosis?
Cystic fibrosis is a disease that some children are born with. It causes thick mucus in different organs of the body, including the lungs, the intestines, the liver, and the pancreas. And when a child has cystic fibrosis, it's because of the gene, an abnormal cystic fibrosis gene, that they get from both parents, from both the mother and the father. If they get only one of the cystic fibrosis gene, it does not cause cystic fibrosis. But the child with the cystic fibrosis gene can give that to their children. And so in cystic fibrosis, a lot of times they can have thick mucus that affects the lungs and cause lung infections. And over time, these lung infections can damage the lungs. And also this thick mucus can affect the liver, the pancreas, so that nutrients are not absorbed well when they eat, causing poor weight gain and abnormal stools.
What does a pulmonologist do?
Pulmonologist is a doctor who specializes in lung diseases. So in cystic fibrosis, it mainly affects the lungs. So the pulmonologist directs the care together with the dietitian, the respiratory therapist, the social worker, and the GI doctor, because cystic fibrosis affect a lot of different body systems, and each person is different. So each child with cystic fibrosis needs specialized and personalized care, and the pulmonologist direct it and try to maintain the child with cystic fibrosis as healthy as possible to enjoy their lives.
How many people have cystic fibrosis in the world?
Currently, there are 30,000 people affected here in United States, but 70,000 worldwide. And more than 50% are 18 years old and above.
What are some of the tests CFers need?
So first, we talk about diagnosing CF. Every child born has to undergo newborn screening to test for cystic fibrosis, to screen for cystic fibrosis. But the primary test to diagnose cystic fibrosis is sweat test. Basically, that is applying some chemical on the forearm of the child and allowing the child to sweat and measuring the chloride content of the sweat to diagnose cystic fibrosis. The other test to diagnose cystic fibrosis is genetic testing, and it's through the blood. You draw blood and you send it to the laboratory. And other tests that a child with cystic fibrosis would need is the annual blood draw to check for liver function, to check for the electrolytes in the body, the nutritional status of the body, and the vitamin levels of the child. So that's done annually, and also chest x-ray to check the lung parenchyma to see if there's any lung involvement from cystic fibrosis. And that's what we do. And if the child is more than 10 years old, we do the oral glucose tolerance test to see if they have CF-related diabetes.
Hello, my name is Brian Carbo. I'm a respiratory therapist. I've been a respiratory therapist for coming up on 24 years now. I've been working outpatient with cystic fibrosis patients for the last 6 years, and I work at Kaiser Permanente.
What does a respiratory therapist do?
Respiratory therapy encompasses a huge number of things. Respiratory therapists work in the hospital with people with ventilators. We help deliver babies, and some of us work in the clinic and help people that are outside of the hospital. Respiratory therapy breaks down into going around helping relieve the effort of breathing. And that's what we do in a nutshell.
What happens during lung function tests?
During a lung function test, a patient will come into the office and use the spirometer. It'll tell us how big of a breath they can take and how fast they can blow out the air that's in their lungs. It doesn't hurt, and it's a relatively easy process, and it lets us know how healthy patients are.
What treatments are available to help with the lungs?
So there's multitude of treatments available to help CF patients with their lungs. We refer to it a lot as airway clearance, and respiratory therapists are very involved in airway clearance and making sure that our patients do their treatments daily. What we routinely offer is every day a patient will do some inhaled medications, followed by what's called a vest system, which helps shake up and remove secretions from the lungs, and that will be the end of their treatments. They'll have to do that twice a day.
This is me doing a lung function test at clinic. The lung function test tells my doctors how well my lungs are doing.
Normal breath, one super duper great big one, blow hard and fast like you're blowing out my birthday candle. Keep blowing until I tell you to stop. Me too. You want to put those on? You want me to put them on? Normal breath. Normal breath. One more. All the way out. Super rapid breath in. Fast. Push, 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 push. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Rapid breath in. Awesome, dude.
When I'm sick, even if it's a runny nose, I have to do 4 treatments a day, sometimes 5. Sometimes when I'm sick, I end up in the hospital for 10 to 14 days on average. My longest stay was 18 days right before COVID. When I'm at the hospital, I'm hooked to an IV, which I hate. This gives me antibiotics to help fight the virus. I do multiple treatments a day. My parents take turns staying with me. My grandparents and my uncle will also help and take turns spending the night. My hope is that one day CF stands for a cure found. Thanks to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, progress has been made with treatments and medications. My hope is that in the near future, I won't have to do all these treatments and medications and that I'll live a happy, long life.
A common place to go fish or take a walk in Sacramento is the American River. However, you might not realize how much pollution is in the area, affecting wildlife and animals that live there. Maybe you've encountered pollution while at the American River. You're not the only person to experience this. Plenty of trash is left at the river, whether it's lids, paper, or even shoes. The list goes on and on. Too many plants can also have lots of impact on the environment.
Those chemicals that they use, like pesticides, herbicides, all those kind of things, they start to run off into the water. And when it gets into the water, it starts to grow a type of plant that we call algae. And that algae is starting to affect the oxygen level in the water. And that starts to make the water not as healthy. And when you don't have healthy water, then you can't have healthy wildlife.
You could see maybe like a sheen on the top of the water when, you know, it's reflecting like there might be oil or something like a petroleum product that's in there.
A lot of damage is already done to the environment, but there are ways you can prevent these things from happening, such as picking up a piece of trash when you see one.
If we think that, oh, it's just going to go down the storm drain, we don't need to worry about it, we have to think, oh, this is going down the storm drain. What can I do to make sure that it doesn't end up in the water? What can I do instead? Those kind of things is really what we want to do just to make everyday differences.
A lot of it is just do it yourself. And so we call it, now we're calling it, our organization, Random Acts of Cleanup. And we encourage people to just pick up garbage that they see.
Pollution has spread vastly at the American River. However, if we take simple steps like picking up trash when we see it, we can create a better environment.
Equity. In a normal everyday life, most people don't think about equity. So what is equity and how is it important in school districts?
Equity really means is ensuring that all people in a society or state or country or school have access to the same opportunities, the same resources.
Equity specifically to me means that we're identifying what the needs of an individual are. It's not that everybody gets treated the same way, because different individuals have different needs, and to try and provide what those individuals need so that they have all the opportunities to succeed that they can.
Welcoming others from different backgrounds and wherever they come from, being understanding, and just being a good person in general.
Equity is about providing all of our students with what they need, whether it's the big things or the small things, but whatever it is they need to be successful through a lens of equity, through a lens of justice, and through a lens of inclusion.
The Equity and Student Achievement Department of San Juan Unified School District, in association with community partners such as UCAN, also known as United College Action Network, IYT, also known as Improve Your Tomorrow, EAOP, also known as Early Academic Outreach Program, and TRIO, also known as TRIO's Educational Talent Search Program, help support over 500 students in many different ways. 4 of these ways are academically, with college admissions, scholarships, and connections to tutoring and mentoring. Let us take a look at one of these community partners. UCAN as to how they support students and how students feel about the program.
UCAN is a program that supports students by holding their hand through the college process.
Some of the ways I support students, I would say one for a big issue is financial aid, like navigating that space, especially being that a lot of our populations are first generation college students. So as a first generation college student myself, navigating that using my expertise to assist students on how to navigate FAFSA, scholarships, and anything related to finances. Preparing them for adulthood, I think a really good workshop for that is personal statements, navigating like what to say, how to advocate for themselves, like where do they see themselves in society, and how that will later be exemplified in higher educations.
Yes, I actually really enjoy them because I feel like having someone like my leader that is in my UCAN meeting, having another Black, strong female to teach me how to like go the way of college and what her ups and downs were coming from a certain community to a different community really speaks to me, because I feel like I resonate with a lot of things she's going through and have a lot of representation from it.
I just really appreciate the program for helping me really take the steps I needed. I don't think I would have gotten as far as even knew how to do everything that I need to do without the program, so it was really helpful in my college experience.
Yeah, it has made a great difference in my life because it's opened me up to colleges, because I was really not sure about it, but them coming in to talk about it and tell me about different colleges and that it can be beneficial has really opened my mind and made me more willing to go, because I wasn't for a long time. I didn't want to go, but now that UCAN has come and talked about different colleges, it's made me really think about it a lot more.
It has gave me opportunities that I didn't think I would be able to get, helped me learn new things and further my education.
Helping us find resources that we truly need, especially after this whole pandemic, and it's been kind of harsh on us with dealing with college applications and all the deadlines and just having to deal with everything.
UCAN also hosts HBCU, also known as Historically Black Colleges and Universities, which is a college fair open to all students who meet with college recruiters and can get on-the-spot admissions.
Well, I would say the first huge what UCAN, so United College Action, is known for is the 2-week-long Historically Black College Fair. So we assist students. Unfortunately, due to COVID, it is virtual now, but we basically have connections with recruiters and admissions peoples through historically black colleges, and they come online. They have workshops for students to navigate, log in, basically just go over transcripts, admissions, and even offer on-the-spot admissions. So that's one of the ways that we do. In addition, we basically collab with the school districts on their college nights, using our expertise and our contacts from the universities that not only that we attended, but colleagues have attended to advocate for students.
I got to go ask questions about when to apply, how to apply. And they kind of it was nice to be able to talk to them one-on-one.
Every September, we bring about 40 HBCU recruiters to California, and we take them on a 2-week tour of California and Nevada, and we give them the opportunity to meet with students. And at that college fair, our students are able to apply on the spot, and if they have all of the required documents, can also be offered scholarships right there in front of them. They get accepted right there if they meet all the qualifications. And then those same recruiters will come back throughout the year, and they will meet with students if there is a need. And then we also do virtual presentations, because of course our recruiters are on the East Coast or the South part of the United States. And then of course we invite our California colleges as well to be a part of our presentations.
The San Juan Unified School District school sites also support students in different clubs. Some of these clubs are SSAC, also known as Superintendent Student Advisory Council, BSU, also known as Black Student Union, LU, also known as Latino Unidos, and WRSAC, also known as Will Rogers Student Advisory Council.
We bring together our Latinx groups. We have our Pride Pack for our LGBTQ. We have groups for our African American students where they're able to come together, Black Student Union, for example, and they have voice and they have an opportunity to address those unique issues that they're seeing and they're facing at their schools.
Let's talk to Will Rogers students about their Student Advisory Council and how they benefit students.
The student government for Will Rogers is made up of a bunch of students between 7th and 8th grade, and we all take part in making the school better. For example, we're working on a spirit week of sorts where student government reps go to classes and inform people on different things like sexism, racism, ableism, LGBTQ, all that kind of stuff. We're just trying to make the school better and more inclusive.
We help have people's voices be heard and make sure everyone's equal. We make a safe environment and a comfortable environment, how they're thankful that they feel like they can walk the halls with their head up instead of down.
I'm in student government and I go to meetings to talk about problems and stuff we want to fix in the San Juan district, and it can also help other schools and just help make schools a better place. We've been working on issues with gender identity and other problems that other schools have with people.
Let's explore the student support clubs such as Black Student Union and Latino Unidos at Del Campo High School and talk to the students about it.
This club really welcomes everyone. It doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, Latino, it doesn't matter. Everyone accepts you the way you are. Some benefits are meeting new people and having common interests with them, and I feel like just bonding with everyone in general, no matter what their ethnicity is. It's a really fun thing to be a part of because you get to explore other cultures.
The club gives a safe space and an opportunity for students of color or just students in general to talk about racial problems that go on at school or just problems in general, and gives a space for especially African American students to discuss their concerns and issues that they have to deal with.
Our club has supported students in Del Campo by allowing a safe space for people to talk about racial issues in our community and just talk and speak their mind on how to support and how to embrace Black culture.
We have a lot of events that we host, and we've done an education table where they can come and learn about our culture and embrace it as well.
Not only do the students at Del Campo High School have a safe space to share their thoughts in these clubs, but also have fun activities.
We got to share a lot of traits, and we actually would bring food, we'd bring tacos, we'd have special candies, Mexican candies, Latino candies, and just overall it was good. We got a lot of prizes. We got to talk to each other, get to meet new friends, and we would actually speak in Spanish and just chill.
So starting off at my own high school campus, I'm part of the Rio Equity Team, which is a team that was founded this year at Rio Americano, and we work together with students, parents, and staff to help make Rio a more equitable environment. Secondly, I'm a part of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which is a council that is dedicated to elevating student voice. And every single year we choose a project to focus on to make the district a more equitable and accessible place. Last year we chose to focus on the mental health effects of students during the pandemic and how we could help all of our student population. And this year we're focusing on creating a more equitable dress code that helps all students of all races, body types, and genders feel comfortable on campus. Local control and accountability plan. And this committee works to make sure that lower income students, homeless students, and English language learner students are able to get the tools and necessities that they need to succeed in school. We meet typically once a month, sometimes more if we're working on things, in smaller groups. So I can use last year for an example. So last year our focus really was to focus on the mental health of our students because there were so many mental health issues surrounding COVID. There are a lot of feelings of isolation, anxiety, depression, and numerous other issues that our students had faced. So what we really wanted to focus on last year was creating a connection between our students, even though we were all online and all virtual. So firstly, we created an Instagram account, which is San Juan SECC, and this Instagram account had posted mental health resources, motivational quotes, and other news from the district about COVID. Secondly, Nanak Tagore is a member on our council, and he created a podcast, which was amazing. It interviewed students from all over the district and helped form more community feel. And we also hosted a speaker series night. So members of SECC had chose subjects to speak on, and we talked about them in this webinar Zoom session. And I had spoke on art because I'm an artist. I love to paint and write and draw, and I talked about how this was helping me get through the pandemic. And this year we're focusing on creating a more equitable dress code. So there have been numerous schools in our district this year, including El Camino High School, Bella Vista High School, and Miraloma High School, and Rio also. And these students at these schools have expressed the desire to change our current dress code and update it to a new, more equitable dress code.
The San Juan Unified School District has made significant improvement in equity and has plans to meet the needs of students, family, and staff.
For the past 10 years, we've had a real focus on equity. I think about the fact that we created an equity department in the district with a number of positions. We have a director of equity. And then even our family and community engagement department, which addresses issues of equity when there are things that are going on at a school or parents have issues, they work directly with those folks to try and resolve those issues. Two other issues that I think about that we've done is we've provided significant training for all of our employees. We were doing that for not only our teaching staff, administration, but also our classified employees. Had to slow that down once COVID hit because we're not doing as much professional development. And then for a number of years, we were sending folks to the Museum of Tolerance in Southern California, which really allows people to examine themselves and historical issues of oppression or racism that have happened. I think when I look ahead, areas that we've been working on it, but we need to continue and do a better job, is really around issues of hiring a more diverse workforce. We have been striving to do that, but we haven't made as much progress as we have. We really want our workforce to mirror what our student population looks like. And so in some areas, we've improved more than others in certain groups. But for example, our teaching workforce still is not as diverse as we would like it to be. So how do we go about recruiting those folks? We're actually working with a number of outside organizations as well to help us recruit and identify diverse workforce members who would like to come and work in our district.
Identifying the needs of students and assisting them to overcome their challenges is the key to achieving equity at any school.
Equity is everywhere. I think sometimes we make the mistake of thinking that equity is something that is separate from the work that we do, but it's actually ingrained in everything that we do. So when we think about instruction and all the different ways and how some kids are learning at certain paces and other kids are learning at a different pace, meeting the needs of those children, those are issues of equity. When we think of how kids feel connected to schools or don't feel connected for a myriad of reasons. So it could be because of race, could be because of ethnicity, or it could be because they had a bad day. All the different reasons that kids don't feel connected, our job is to find ways to connect them. So that can be behavioral things that happen, those can be educational things that happen, they can be opportunities that maybe in some communities kids don't normally get. You know, how do we make sure that they have communities or have opportunity? Equity is everywhere. It's our job to find it and support it and make sure that our kids are getting what they need.
In a world where there is so much diversity in terms of race, culture, ethnicity, beliefs, faith, and such, it is very important that equity be achieved so everyone feels supported and gets what they need.
Monterey Bay Aquarium is constructing a new exhibit called Into the Deep. This exhibit will showcase the mysteries of the undiscovered ocean floor. This plan has taken years to accomplish. Monterey employed the help of Frank M. Booth Engineering Company to bring this plan to a reality. Senior engineer Dennis Parton helped with this project.
My role in the new exhibit at Monterey Bay Aquarium is replicating what the sea would be like down that deep. I designed a system for a chilled water system, and what my system does is it transfers heat away from the seawater part of the exhibit.
Unfortunately, making this project was not as easy as it sounded.
The main struggle that we faced in the new exhibit, was finding room for all of the equipment that we needed.
Other struggles experienced were making sure that the machinery would be quiet enough so that visitors of Monterey Bay Aquarium could not hear the machines at work. These machines were designed to eventually take outside air and cool it to the needed temperature in order to keep the water inside of the tanks cool enough. This meant the water for the new exhibit's tanks had to be cooler than the water used for other exhibits. The engineers at FMB persevered and overcame these challenges. Experience from other projects done for Monterey Bay Aquarium helped defeat these struggles.
Some of the other exhibits I've worked on for Monterey Bay Aquarium, my very first project that I worked on with them was for a boiler system that's in the basement of their outer bay wing. Other projects that we did on their quarantine area, which is their back of the house area where when they bring new animals to the aquarium, they put them in these temporary holding tanks. And that's just long enough to realize, to figure out if they have any diseases or anything. And then I worked on a project that hasn't actually come completely to construction yet, but we worked on a design to enlarge and improve the penguins exhibit, which I'm hoping that they'll do sometime soon.
Monterey Bay Aquarium's projects are special because they are different from others that Dennis Parton works on. This makes the projects more exciting to work on.
Very cool thing about working at Monterey Bay Aquarium is that these projects are nothing like what I usually do.
The exhibit Into the Deep will be featured to the public in April of 2022. The hard work of the engineer Dennis Parton will not be seen or heard, but his design will keep the ticks cool and the animals comfortable.
Lake Natomas, located along the American River between the Folsom Dam and Nimbus Dam within Sacramento County in Northern California. The lake is located in the Folsom Lake State area. The lake has a 12.8-mile bike trail that loops around the entire lake for hikers, runners, and bicyclists. The lake offers many activities like rowing, kayaking, and swimming, just to mention a few. The power boats are not allowed on the lake. The history of the lake goes back to the California Gold Rush and the Folsom Powerhouse, which powered the city of Folsom for years using the water from Lake Natomas. The lake is home to numerous wildlife: deers, bobcats, foxes, hawks, owls, and many more wild residents. This lake is also home to an amazing feather family. Nested above the lake, on the bluffs, lives a family of birds: Dad, Mom, and two adorable babies, the California bald eagles. Earlier, while filming this documentary, I took a walk to the top of the bluffs and filmed the great footage of the bald eagle. The trail to the top of the bluffs travels up a dirt path about 2.5 miles from the Folsom parking garage. The dirt and dust got all over my shoes. I saw a deer in the distance. I'm standing above Lake Natoma on the bluffs. You can drive to this location by the nearby neighborhood. Signs indicate where the eagles are located. This location on the bluffs is a great place to run, mountain bike, and hike. They placed orange caution tapes about 50 feet from the eagles' nests. This is to keep people away from disturbing the eagles and babies. This location gets a lot of observers trying to get a view or photo of the nests and eagles. And a lot of people visit this location, a lot of people. My camera was able to capture one of the eagles perched on a branch near the nest. The eagle was watching me and knew I was near. I was so excited to observe a California bald. As you can see, the eagle is talking to us. The California State Parks and California Fish and Wildlife both patrol the lake, making sure everyone and the animals living within the park are safe. I reached out to both agencies and they directed me to Kathy Kaner. Kathy is a volunteer who specializes in the California bald eagles along the Lake Natoma. She takes numerous school groups on walks along the lake, educating them about the eagles. She also frequently takes numerous photos of the eagles.
Thank you, Kathy Kaner, for your time today. You are known as the Eagle Lady. I learned that you are an expert on the Lake Natoma bald eagles. I also heard you give walks to local schools and youth groups. How many years and how many days a week have you been observing the eagles?
I started volunteering for California State Parks, and then in 2018, the Bureau of Reclamation, whose land the nest is located on, decided to take over. So I've been volunteering for them ever since. And I'm usually out there in February and March. I'm out there in the mornings, Sunday morning, Wednesday morning, and Friday morning.
What is an eagle's average lifespan?
Between 28 to 30 years in the wild, but in captivity, they can live to 38 to almost 40 years. When they're born, they're eaglets. When they're in the nest, they haven't flown yet, they're considered eaglets. Once they take their first flight, they're called fledglings. And it takes maybe a week or two for them to really master flying and landing. I can tell you, I have seen so many upside down fledglings because they land on a branch and then they go upside down with their wings spread out.
Thank you for your time on this interview. I really appreciate your information on Lake Natoma bald eagles.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure, really.
Thank you. Kathy was concerned about the visitors viewing the nest and disturbing the eagles. I felt bad because I was near the nest to film the eagle.
After talking with Kathy, I realized that was not the best idea for the bald eagles. Everyone needs to stay away from the nests and let the eagles do their nesting and parenting.
I wanted to know if there were any state and federal laws about bald eagles. Can you get a ticket or arrested for touching or capturing an eagle? I contacted a California Fish and Wildlife agent. Mr. Chase, and thank you for your time. What is your job profession?
I am a wildlife officer with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Is it true that it's illegal to own a capture a California bald eagle?
Yeah, it's against the law to capture or attempt to capture a bald eagle. It's also illegal to possess any parts thereof, including feathers, deceased birds, claws, eggs, the nests. They're very protected. They were on the Endangered Species Act up until about 2007 when they were removed from. And there's laws like the one you're talking about is the Golden Eagle and Bald Eagle Protection Act that was established in 1962 to protect the birds, and it continues to this day. It's a federal act, so we are cross-deputized as federal agents, so we can enforce federal laws surrounding the bald eagles.
Thank you, Mr. Chase, for your time.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much for the interview.
Folsom is currently developing new properties all over. I wondered if the eagles and nest could possibly one day have a building on it. I found out about the Riverfront District development.
The Riverfront District is an extremely dangerous planned development for Lake Natomas. 4 proposed restaurants and multiple river taxis are planned to be built on the upper region of the lake near Old Folsom.
It said that one day the eagle's nest could be developed. I don't want to see that happen. It was fun to learn about the bald eagles. I enjoyed talking with Kathy Kaner and Mr. Chase. One of the biggest takeaways from Kathy Kaner was to not bother the eagle's nest, and I enjoyed learning about laws surrounding the eagles from Mr. Chase. I plan to do more research on the eagles, and I will visit Lake Natomas to hike, bike, and observe the birds from a distance. I hope others have learned that these majestic eagles need to stay on our lakes to thrive. Watching a bald eagle fly over my head makes me happy that they are safe and free from danger. The California bald eagles are amazing! Lake Natoma bald eagles.
This is Jesse Baker School, where I've been helping since I was born. And this is the principal. Now let's talk to Karen Domingo.
How long have you worked in special ed for?
Working with special ed for about 17 years now. I was a para for about 15 years, and this is my second year teaching in special education.
Wow, that's a long time. What schools have you worked at?
I worked at 2 schools. I worked at Florence Markhofer Elementary for 5 years before I moved here to Jesse Baker.
Wow, that's
School.
nice to know that you used to work at my school. Do you like teaching special ed?
Yes, I do like teaching in special ed. Why? Because there's no single day is the same. So today might be different from yesterday. And as a teacher, it kind of gives you an opportunity to develop yourself professionally, keeps you thinking, keeps you on your toes all the time. The kids are amazing. I am very fortunate to work with amazing staff as well. And the humor that you get from the kids, that's basically why I love doing what I'm doing, because again, there's no dull moment and always keeps you thinking.
Next, let's go ask my mom some questions.
How long have you been working in special ed for?
I've worked for 21 years in special education.
A long time that you worked in special ed. Was this a job that you wanted in college?
No, it was not. I did not think I would ever be a teacher, let alone be a teacher in special education. I wanted to be a sign language interpreter. That was my goal in college.
Wow, that's really cool how you're going to be a sign language interpreter. Do you like teaching special ed, and do you like teaching the youngest class?
I do love teaching special education, and I love teaching the youngest class even more. Back with the last question you asked me with if this was what I wanted to do in college, it was not, like I said, but it brought me to Jesse Baker School because I needed somewhere to volunteer with anybody who had hearing loss or deafness. So once I landed here to volunteer, I fell in love with all of the students here at Jesse Baker, and I stayed. And my heart has always been with the youngest group of children. I love being able to help make their quality of life better and to help them grow to the best that they can be.
Wow, that was nice to hear. What is it like teaching kids that can't talk?
It can be very challenging at times, especially when they do not have a way to communicate. Sometimes kids who are nonverbal can still gesture or motion or point and help you understand what they're wanting or what they're trying to tell you. But then there's also students who don't have that capability either, and they have, especially with the youngest group that I work with, sometimes they have not had a chance to try different types of communication devices or techniques. So it can be very, very challenging to try to figure out what they want and what they're trying to communicate.
Wow, that's really cool to hear. What is it like teaching kids that can't talk for you?
First, it's very challenging when you want to communicate with the student because that's their way of communication so that you could understand what they want, so that you can ask them to do things for you and then they will do something in return. Fortunately, we have this technology, the AAC device that we have been using for years now, that will allow those students to communicate by touching the technology or touching the iPad, so that they'll be able to express themselves, and then we will be able to understand them better. Without those technology, I would still think that it would still be challenging.
Let's go check out how the kids use the devices.
I'm tired. I want to open something.
Here you go. Thank you. Okay, Miss Caitlin, what do you want to do now?
I want iPad, please.
You want iPad?
Hooray. I want to jump.
Okay, let's go jump. Fun, fun, fun. Go, Caitlin, go. Good job.
Right here. January is the first month of the year. January is the first month of the year.
On here. What are you going to tell us?
Nathan.
Nathan. Are you Nathan?
Yes.
You are Nathan.
Yes, you are Nathan.
Yes, you are. Thank you for telling me.
Yes. Yes. Right here.
Are you Nathan? Look. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you are Nathan.
Yes, very good.
How long have I been helping in your class?
Almost your whole life. Starting as a baby, you came here often after school. So obviously you weren't helping when you were a baby, but you were here and hanging out and socializing as a toddler with many students here at Jesse Baker School. You would play recess with them, so you helped them in being a peer and a playmate in their classroom or at recess or at Baker Games, which is our own Special Olympics. And as you got older, you started helping out in the classroom during summer school, or if you had a minimum day, you would be able to come here and help out in the classroom, especially with free time and stations. You loved always playing, especially with toys and the kids when you were younger. And as you were older elementary student, you are amazing with helping the kids and also helping students communicate using these devices as well.
This is the girl that inspired me to do this video. Her name is Caitlin, and I got to be with her entire summer school. I was there when my mom started teaching her how to use the iPad. I also got to help her learn how to talk. It was the most rewarding experience of my life. I hope you can go to Jesse Baker someday so you can meet these amazing students.
Orcas are often described as majestic, bold, brave, courageous, fierce, social, smart, and kind. They are respected for their grace, beauty, and importance. Orcas are called killer whales because they kill whales. Fishermen would witness orcas killing whales and call them whale killers. The term was later flipped to killer whales. But which term should be used? Orca or killer whale? Many people think orca should be used because killer whale sounds too evil.
Orcas have one of the largest brains of all animals, making them very intelligent. Their cleverness also makes it easier to get food. They eat a variety of animals, small and big.
A lot of the different populations eat different things. Some of them concentrate on seals. Some of them eat, like around here, they may go after otters, they go after squid, they go after like elephant seals. They've even seen them go after sharks in some video recently.
Orcas also can eat salmon, seagulls, shrimp, lobsters, and many more. The orcas trap seagulls by spitting fish onto the surface of the water as something to lure the birds. Smart!
Unfortunately, they are dying out because there is less and less prey due to climate change.
When the temperature changes in areas, it changes the amount of fish that are in an area or what fish are there. Some fish have to move more north because they have to stay within a specific temperature range. And temperature ranges in the ocean also cause what you can also almost think of as doorways, where the change in the temperature can change the amount of oxygen that's in the water. So fish have to move. And suddenly fish who usually swim from one part of the ocean to the other can't do that because the temperature change has made sort of a block in the way of getting there. So it really affects what prey they might have around them. So they can end up being hungry.
Even though scientists still don't know enough about these amazing creatures, they've counted them as an animal in need of protection. But we do know that another reason the number of orcas is decreasing is because of pollution caused by humans.
They're what's called an apex predator. You know, they're at the top of the food chain. And so that means that when there is pollution or chemicals that are in the chain, it starts at the bottom, up through the food web. And every time you go up in the food web, the amount of pollution multiplies. So the amount of chemical that was in a fish that's eaten by a seal, now the seal has its own pollution plus what it ate from the fish. So when it goes up to the orca, not only are they getting pollution, but everything they ate and what it ate before is getting into their bodies. It's a case of a whale that was stranded and she died, and they found that they look at how many parts per million of PCBs or persistent, chemicals are in her blubber. Now, normally there's between, say, 37 parts per million, but in hers she had over 1,000.
Still, every person, including you, can help protect orcas.
For example, stop using plastic. Instead, always bring a reusable grocery bag. Use a reliable source to make sure your fish is sustainable.
Orcas really are a natural wonder. They are intelligent animals in need of protection.
We just have to work one by one to try and figure out what sources there are that we can stop.
Small businesses are everywhere. You may have even been to one. According to ASQ.org, a small business is a privately owned corporation, partnership, or sole proprietorship that has fewer employees and less annual revenue than a corporation or regular-sized business. So what makes going to a small business unique to going to a regular-sized business?
A lot of times when you shop at a small business, especially if it's one that you've been to more than once, they'll know you. At the studio, we make a really big point of knowing our clients and customers. When you shop small, you'll generally have a chance to meet the owner because he or she is probably working there at any given time that you're there. And it's just a more personal experience there. I find it to be a much more fun and fulfilling experience.
In a small store, it's like specifically curated space. So we take the time and energy to hand pick out special things that we feel our customers are really gonna love, as opposed to just walking into a bigger store and it's kind of gonna be the same at all their locations. So there's just like a lot of love and energy putting into creating the space, from like the products we sell, the way it's merchandised, the music we play, just the whole experience.
Small businesses are important because when you come and buy your cheeseburger from our establishment, then your money goes to kids' basketball lessons or drum lessons. We keep the money in the community.
I've always found that when I go into a small business, especially when the owner is on site to greet me, or maybe it's his family members or part of the team, that you get a different level of service because they feel a certain ownership in the business. And so you walk in and they care more about that business than maybe somebody who's just an employee working at a bigger store who's just trying to make a paycheck. People that own their own businesses and these small family businesses, this is their livelihood. This is their life. This is the family mission is to help that little business survive and maybe get bigger.
Why should you shop at a small business? Here's Jerry Fatt to talk to you about how shopping locally benefits the whole community.
It's important because local businesses are owned and operated by people that live in the community. They're not necessarily part of the national chain. And so supporting local business keeps the economy alive locally. And I think a lot of the local owners are part of the fabric. You know, they not only work here and do business, but they're active in the community, in schools, and whether it's church or local organizations.
Did you know that most companies started out as a small business? Even big corporations like Rayleigh's and the Nugget Market. Here's the story about how Fat's restaurant started out in Sacramento.
My dad started our original restaurant called Frank Fat's Restaurant here in Sacramento. It was open, this is our 82nd year, opened in 1939 in downtown Sacramento. We're one of the oldest restaurants owned by the same family in the same location, at least in Sacramento, and probably at least on the West Coast.
So, in conclusion, why should I want to support a small business? Why not go to Whole Foods instead of the local deli right next to it? I asked this question to a small business owner, and here's what they replied.
Small business is the culture and the heartbeat of a city. We're your neighbors, we're people that you know. Anytime you shop at a small business, we're giving back to the community more than a large business. I think it's something like 62 cents on the dollar from a small business goes right back into the community because I, in turn, am shopping. My employees are as well. Big business, I think it's only like 25 cents. It's something kind of like silly like that. But yeah, small business, you're supporting your neighborhood. You're making a really cool cultural space for, just like a different type of feel than other places. It's something more unique. And you're supporting, your neighbors, which is awesome.
How many of you guys have been at the grocery store, ready to check out, and got a single-use plastic bag? Well, what did you do with it when you're done? You throw it away, right? Or maybe even recycle it. Or let's say you're on a walk and get thirsty and bring a single-use plastic water bottle and drink all of it. Did you know that about 1 trillion single-use plastic bags are used across the world? That's about 2 million plastic bags wasted every minute. So what is single-use plastic?
So single-use plastics are plastics that you can only use one time. Things like water bottles and Mountain Dew bottles and coffee cups. Things that they've pulled from the ground, from the oil, they make the plastic, and then we use it once like a fork or a plastic knife, and then throw it away. So it's just a one-time use item.
So how bad is plastic for the environment?
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Tony Radoszewski, and I am the president and CEO of the Plastics Industry Association. But it's a fact. It's also a fact that a staggering 8 million tons of plastic ends up in the world's ocean each year.
Even the CEO of plastics knows that he's destroying the earth, and yet doesn't stop producing plastic.
Our industry agrees with everyone in this room that there is a plastic waste problem. The urgency of the situation cries out for a solution more thoughtful than simply saying no to a material that lowers greenhouse gas emissions, is more efficient to produce than other materials like metal, paper, and glass, and has delivered numerous benefits to society as a whole.
Even though plastic is helpful, it's still polluting and destroying our Earth. In fact, there's so much plastic in the ocean that it has actually formed an island made out of debris located between our west coast and Japan, called the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch is twice as large as Texas. In Kieran blog, it states 8 million tons of plastic annually reach our oceans. At that rate, in the near future, our beaches and oceans might just be another landfill. Do you recycle? How many of you guys have done your part and recycle? It's helping the Earth, right? Or is it? According to Andrew Krasofsky, only 9% of recycling is actually recycled. 9% of recycling is only recycled because many of your plastic is contaminated, which means it's dirty. For example, I've caught my sister many times recycling one of their plastic dishes, and there are still chunks of food in it. Even if it's just one dish that is contaminated, that whole load of recycling will not be recycled, which is another load to the landfill. Did you know that the only plastics labeled 1 and 2 can be recycled? The rest of the numbers 3 through 7 are just indicating what type of plastic they are and are not recyclable.
I am the Vice Chair of Oceana's Board of Directors. Oceana is the largest international advocacy organization dedicated solely to ocean conservation. Recycling is like trying to mop up water from an overflowing bathtub while the faucet is still running. We need to turn off the faucet and reduce the production of plastic.
So you can understand why recycling isn't enough. Single-use plastic is not only harmful to animals, but also harms us. Let's say it's a nice, hot, sunny day, and you left a single-use plastic bottle in your car. When you return to the car, you take a drink from the single-use bottle, not realizing that when plastic gets heated up, it releases toxic chemicals that can cause cancer, birth defects, affects your immunity, and other negative ailments. Don't get me started on how harmful plastics are to animals. This is only one of the millions of other marine life animals affected by the pollution of single-use plastic.
The list of marine animals affected by plastic pollution grows. Plastic has been consumed by an estimated 90% of seabird species and eaten by every species of sea turtle. Even our corals are threatened. In addition to polluting the marine environment, plastic poses a risk to human health. We're now seeing plastic in our water, our food, soil, air, and bodies.
We've all seen the pictures of the turtles with the straws in their noses, or the birds with the Q-tips in their bellies. It's bad for anything that's alive, right? It's bad for us as humans. It's bad for any animal that's out there. And then, you get it into the earth. It biodegrades into microplastics, which is kind of like grains of sand, except for it's plastic that will never go away. And those toxins leach into the environment. So they've now done studies where there's plastic inside babies that are inside their mom's womb. There's plastics in the rain that falls in every country because they're so small, they can be evaporated with rain, with water, and fall down with rain. So those toxins are everywhere, and it's up to us to find those alternatives to do something different.
So what can we do to significantly reduce the flood of single-use plastic?
There's a bunch of different ways that the co-op is helping to reduce single-use plastic. So I would say one of the ways is that we don't offer plastic at the registers as plastic bags for people to take their groceries home in. That's not even an option. In the produce department, we just started not offering plastic bags to put produce in. We have the biodegradable bags. I brought one, but anyway, they're these guys. I don't know if you saw these in the last couple weeks. We have these instead of plastic bags. We offer a lot of different products that are in in glass instead of plastic. So I brought like milk that's often in like big plastic jugs. We have in glass, and this glass you can use over and over and over again. So and another thing, I think yogurt is one of those things where they're in these tiny little cups, and and people just throw them away, and that's really convenient and everything, but there are other options too. So we have glass yogurt in glass, all different things. I think a huge way that the co-op keeps single-use plastic out or encourages people not to use single-use plastic is in our bulk department. So people can shop in the bulk department using their own containers, fill up their jars. I know your family does that. Fill up their jars with sugar, all different things, beans, rice, even like maple syrup, all different things.
Now you know why single-use plastic is bad for the environment, recycling isn't enough, and it is not only harmful to animals, but also harms us. So the next time you're at a restaurant, make a change. Maybe don't accept a plastic straw and use a metal straw instead. Bring a cloth bag to the grocery store instead of a plastic bag. And carry around a reusable water bottle instead of a plastic water bottle. It starts with all of us making small changes. Don't be a part of the pollution, be a part of the solution.
Everyone has the possibility to change the world. Just little choices at a time. And that's all we're doing, right? You and me.
I've found a passion for skateboarding, and so have many others.
I've been skating 14 years here at this skate park.
I've been skating since the age of 6.
I've been skating since about 4th grade. I started skateboarding when I was 16.
I've been skateboarding for, I'd hate to say it, but over 40 years.
I mean, it's really influenced almost everything in my life. I've traveled the world to do it.
Skateboarding is an art, a passion, and a sport, but many people believe it to be a nuisance. I asked some skateboarders about their passion for this misinterpreted sport.
I had a friend who was really into it when he was younger, and he got me into it, and that's how I started off.
Still skate because it's a form of meditation.
Which I find it more of a great creative experience, if you ask me.
Skateboarding is not a passing trend, but what makes people continue skating?
Just progressing and learning new tricks is always, it just keeps me going, and it's always the funnest thing to me.
You know, when you land a trick, it feels good.
You don't quit skateboarding because you get old. You get old because you quit skateboarding.
skateboarding teaches you like grit and self-reliance, and it teaches you a lot of lessons that you can apply to your life as an adult.
Even though it's not a group sport or a team sport, it's for someone to find themselves with.
I definitely do like to see it as a sport.
It's a great sport. It keeps you healthy, mentally and physically.
Skateboarding pretty much keeps me, I feel, young.
Skateboarding is something that everyone can find themselves in. It is something that you can practically do anywhere, but many people think of it differently in a bad way.
Skateboarding should be seen in the public eye as something that's a lot more wholesome, if you will, because of its ability to bring people together from different age groups, different backgrounds, different social backgrounds.
I mean, I show up to a skate park and the kids are, 10 years old, and I'm able to like speak to them at the same level. We're talking about skateboarding tricks. And
most skaters are very nice people and aren't vandals.
So it's just like any other community. It has its goods and its bads,
I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but I don't think they create that much damage. They might dirty a curb up or scrape up a rail. As long as you had your skateboard and a piece of concrete, it didn't cost any money. You could do it anywhere.
Skateboarding helps build community through creative opportunities.
Many people have dogs. That is why it's important to train them. I interviewed a few people on what they think about dog training. Here's what they said.
So I am a dog owner. I don't actually train dogs, but our dog is more trained than a dog that's not trained, if that makes sense. We just make sure that she is comfortable around other dogs, knows how to interact with other dogs, and is all around a good housemate with us.
And you can get to know your dog better by taking walks, traveling, playing, and just snuggling with them. It just is this great bond with something other than people.
Dogs are fun creatures, they're super lovable. I encourage everyone that I meet to get a dog or have an animal of some kind because our dog brings us so much joy.
There's home rules, like can't just go to the bathroom wherever they want, and so that helps both the dog and us. It also helps, I think, just for making the relationship with the dog way more fun.
As a dog trainer, I basically train humans to train their dogs.
I have a puppy who we've been trying to train, mostly successful, for the last year.
I originally was going to do obedience with him, which I did do for a good 2 years. And then I got into what they call conformation, which is showing the dogs.
Started training because I worked in shelters for several years, and there's a lot of behaviors that dogs do, like jumping and barking, that is very trainable. So I like to keep them out of the shelters by teaching the pet parents early on what to do to communicate properly and educate and socialize their dogs.
Watch a YouTube video. We actually spent many hours just looking at YouTube videos, figuring out how to deal with puppies and what to do, what not to do, and really get the basics down. Like sit, stay, come, and fetch is what we started with.
You have to have the proper tools, you have the proper toys, the proper food, the proper education, and be prepared for your life to change when that puppy does, or adult dog does come in your life.
One resource that I think all people should use, especially if they don't have any training clubs in their area, you can go to the AKC, the American Kennel Club website, and click on what they call expert advice. And on that, when you click down, there's all kinds of resources for training and short videos. There's lists of books.
Start working with a professional dog trainer as soon as possible. As soon as the dogs have their first vaccines, about 8-9 weeks, they can start socializing with other dogs. They can start working with a trainer, and the owners start learning how to get their dogs prepared for what's going to be happening in the future.
Everyone needs a pet.
Started out with doing obedience, and it's just led to almost 40 years of a lot of fun.
Video games can be one of the most addictive activities. 2 billion people play video games globally. Video game addiction can seriously affect people's mental health and their life. Even though video games are electronic, they are just like any other addiction.
I work as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, which means I'm a physician that works with teenagers and children and their families on solving problems of emotion. Like any type of compulsive and addictive behavior, playing video games can take the place of what people would normally spend their time doing. These things can become the central focus of one's life to the exclusion of everything else.
While all people can get addicted to video games, people's personality traits can affect their daily video game usage.
The research into video game addiction points out 3 personality traits that are much more likely to cause somebody to develop an addiction. The first is impulsivity, having a very hard time resisting the urge to act on something.
While video games are very addictive, not all video games are as addictive as other video games.
Some games are just better at sucking you in than others. Some examples that come to mind are open world multiplayer games.
Video games can often take the place of people's everyday life.
Spending excessive time playing video games often gets in the way of socializing, forming relationships, being able to attend school and finish homework, and having free time to spend on other things besides playing games.
Video games can be so addictive, people can forget the real world because of video games.
They're looking for an escape, something to help them get away from difficult to manage emotions or feeling states or situations that they're dealing with in their lives.
Even though video games have negative effects, they can be positive too.
It's important to mention some of the positive aspects of responsible and reasonable video game use. It can be a good way to connect with people virtually, especially in the time of the pandemic, and it can allow us to develop skills and confidence about being good at something.
While video games are very negative, you can make them positive too.
An Indian wedding is celebrated over many days with a large gathering of family and friends. Indian weddings consist of many events starting with the jago and ending with the wedding reception.
The events of an Indian wedding are, so first there's a jago, which is a celebration with all of the relatives when they get together with the family of the bride or the groom. Then there is an event called the chura, that's only for the girl side, and that's when the relatives come to the girl's house and they get her dressed up and get her ready for the wedding with some jewelry, not all of it, but just some jewelry. Then there is the wedding itself, and then there's usually a reception, which is, some people have it right after the wedding as a lunch, and other people have a lunch, and then they'll do a reception later that day.
The jago is the day before the wedding when everyone gets together to eat, dance, and have fun. People walk around with a jago, which is a decorated pot with candles on it. The meaning of jago is wake up because historically people would walk around their neighborhoods to tell people about the upcoming wedding.
of an Indian wedding is probably the jago, and that is because it is an occasion when all of the close family and friends get together to celebrate, either with the bride or the groom.
The next event is the wedding, which is held at a temple. After both the bride and groom walk in with their families, the wedding begins with some religious rituals. At the center of the main hall at the temple is the Sikh holy book. The bride and groom sit on the floor in front of the holy book while the priest sings religious hymns. The bride and groom then walk around the holy book 4 times to conclude the wedding ceremony.
So the attire at Indian weddings is the girl usually wears a bridal dress. It's called a lehenga, and it's a 2-piece dress, so the top and the bottom can be different, with a chunni or a scarf that covers the head. And the groom usually wears a turban and it's like a long shirt with pants called an echkin. That is the traditional dress for an Punjabi Indian.
The wedding reception is the last event of the wedding week and can be held towards the evening or during lunch. Some receptions are held indoors while others are held outdoors. At the reception, there is a DJ, food, dancing, and much more. The reception hall is decorated with vibrant colors with a special stage that is set up for the bride and groom. All family and friends enjoyed an evening of dinner and dancing.
Hydraulic fracking, otherwise known as fracking, is the process which usually involves injecting water, sand, and chemicals under high pressure into bedrock to extract natural gases and oils from the ground.
The CER-CLA is a Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act. Ever since the history of fracking, it created a problem on Earth which caused our government to create this act. Before this act was issued, oils and gas industries believed those oils on the site or dump them into waters. This causes more pollution and troubles later on in life. Thanks to the CER-CLA, it has successfully cleaned up over 400 contaminated sites in the past 3 decades.
I just worry that it goes too far, that it just assumes the worst of the industry. And it requires all sorts of procedures to be done, which will make it more expensive and not really, in my mind, buy us that much safety. I think you can buy almost all the safety you can pretty inexpensively, and to require very harsh measures, very extreme measures to get this done is counterproductive. I think this is an industry that can help save the world.
But Richard Mueller himself is not against the idea of laws preventing the amount of limitations oil companies have. In fact, a lot of people share the same view that there should be laws limiting the amount of control that oil companies have, but the CER-CLA might not be the right one.
I'd like them to make more laws, but more thoughtful laws, laws that don't unnecessarily drive up the expense for very little value. And I think laws that are designed to punish people, to make their industry go away, is not a thoughtful law. I think what you want to do is to recognize there's great value in these things, and you need to regulate them so that they are kept safe.
Some tools that are used to collect oils and gases are strip-blended mixes, fluid tanks, high-pressure treating iron, and many more tools to collect this popular product. That fracking can contain is pollution, global warming, public health, drinking water contamination, and blowouts in underground supplies. But there are also questions that we need to prioritize. What would the world look like without our oils and gases? And how would they provide our advancements?
Fracking can affect the environment in a bad way in several ways. One of is local pollution. And in the beginning of fracking, that was a serious problem because the wildcatters who were doing this were not being very careful, and they were dumping dirty water into the environment. That's been mostly cleaned up, and that's easily stopped by regulation. Just fine the people who do such things. The biggest issue right now is that fracking is enormously helping the environment by reducing the carbon emissions of the United States.
See that happening all over the country, and we're not discussing how to tax, how to regulate, how to make fracking safe or safer. Instead, what we're discussing is this kind of unreal issue of frack or not frack, and that's not really the issue. Most of the laws are set up to enable drilling.
According to the EPA, construction completion is a milestone that indicates all construction required for the cleanup and the entire site has been cleaned, even if the cleaning has not been completed. For example, a groundwater treatment system has been conducted, though it may need to operate for years in order for all impure substances to be removed from the groundwater. We have also found information about statistic, SAA, more commonly known as Superfund Alternative Approach. In 2012, 22 construction sites were cleaned up. For 2013, 14. In 2014, 8. 2015, 4. 2016, 11 construction sites were cleaned up. For 2017, 10. 2018, 12. And 2019, 14.
We wanted an opinion in the front line, so we thought we could talk to an expert.
I know there's a lot of history that isn't good, you know, and even before the COVID shutdowns, there was, I guess you saw some kind of downturn in the oil and gas economy.
So although she designs a lot of projects, most of them now are different. ExxonMobil is not making fancy new designs or having elaborate prototypes for new products. They are making designs to try to convince people that their work nowadays is intended for good and that they are not trying to destroy the environment, they are trying to save it.
Making any more gasoline, we're not making any more money. It is only a debit to clean what we put out in the air or to treat something before it can go into the water, that kind of.
You can also ask yourself this question: what is your opinion on fracking? So as you can see, as oils and gases are decreasing by the minute and countries are debating over these valuable products that we have traded for generations, it's time to find a solution to save.
There's a couple things that are really unique about it, and you know, like in your normal classes, you're all doing the same thing at the same time, and it's lecture, right? A lot of that. So in here, it's 70% hands-on project-based learning. Students work in teams of 2, and they're all doing different things at the same time because that's the way it is in the world of work.
My thoughts are that this is an incredible opportunity for students to have, to be able to, I think, having this opportunity just gives kids such a great.
This is Catherine Albiani Middle School, home of the Falcons, which recently had an event that got the superintendent involved. But it's not what you think. This is Future Quest, a youth pre-engineering class at CAMS, where students can learn about construction, 3D printing, bot programming, cellular structure, game programming, plant biology, biomed, and more. Now let's cut to our student interviews.
Okay, so what is your name?
My name is Evan. I just thought it was interesting, so I just wanted to see what was going on. Well, I did the car, I did robotics. I didn't do the plant stuff or the vet med stuff.
Well, this
like the
class is
dog.
to help us pick future careers in the engineering field. We do this by doing little projects in each field. For example, digital manufacturing. We might 3D print certain objects or like ornaments.
So it's unanimous. Many kids love this class, and it benefits their enjoyment of school and engineering as a whole. But why are these skills important? It's both the kids and the future of the engineering field.
So we're really trying to encourage creative problem solving, right? That's something in my life as an adult that I have to do all the time, is figure out creative ways to deal with problems that there's no easy answer to. And so when you're in a class like this, you might be trying to make video production work properly, or, you know, figure out a way to engineer beams that won't break, or get the robot to do what you programmed it to do. And there's instructions, but there's also a place for you to work with your partner and go, what if we try this? What if we try this? So it's meant to be more student and self-directed, and not just a teacher telling you what to do all the time, which hopefully is more fun for you guys and helps you make decisions about what you want to do.
They were all enthusiastic. They knew what they were doing. They were working independently as well as collaboratively. Great experience for all kids.
This class might help other schools to create similar classes to help the future of engineering. Just by educating our kids about engineering, we do a lot. I've been Juliana, and this was Future Quest.
I'm Emmett. I'm Prakash. And we want to address the topic known around the world as global warming. Here are some students we interviewed from Albiani Middle School. Do you think stopping global warming is important?
Yes, I think stopping global warming is important because it's destroying our ecosystem and we should save it.
Is global warming a worldwide issue?
Yes, it is an issue.
Yes. I think that it is, because some animals can go extinct because of it, and that is not good.
What are ways that we can help stop global warming?
I think some ways that can help stop global warming is by
trying to limit the use of gas, maybe in a car.
Stop burning wood and cutting down trees.
Instead of taking a car everywhere, instead you can use a bike.
Now let's hear from an expert here at Albiani, William Carlton. What are the effects of global warming, the short term?
Ice caps are going to continue to melt, which is going to cause more and more fresh water to be dumped into the ocean. One of the things that folks don't fully understand if you don't study this stuff is it is climate change. It's not just warming. So one of the effects of warming is more evaporation. If you have more evaporation at the poles, or at the equator, you're going to have bigger storms. And so massive blizzards, like in the northeast, is actually a sign of global warming. Because as hot water in the Atlantic evaporates into the air, it becomes a big, massive storm. As that storm heads north, it's going to get colder. You're still going to have colder weather in the north, which then causes an even bigger storm. So larger hurricanes, bigger, massive weather events, more instability, not necessarily hot everywhere. It will get actually colder other places.
What will happen if climate change continues?
One of the things that will happen if it continues is as all that fresh water in the Arctic and on Greenland, it dumps into the North Atlantic, it's going to stop. What happens right now is warm water from like Florida and the Gulf of Mexico right now goes up our east coast, and it's drawn by the difference in salinity, in salt content. If you dump a bunch of fresh water in the North Atlantic, now all of a sudden the salt isn't different anymore and that current stops. If the warm Gulf Stream that goes along the east coast stops, then all of a sudden you're actually going to have colder weather in the east coast of Canada and the east coast of the United States than currently, because the planet is warmer. So in the long term, the rebound effect of it is actually an ice age.
How will climate change affect us?
Our population centers are sort of where they were established 10,000 years because there was fresh water and good agriculture. You figure about 10,000 years ago, humans said, hey, these are really nice places to live. We're going to start growing crops and we're going to live here, right? If that just changes, all of a sudden now you have most of the human population living in places that isn't good for agriculture.
Will climate change dramatically affect the ecosystem?
Okay, so here's the funny, what we really need, and when you really think about it, when you step away from it and look at it, right? What we as humans need is for the climate to stay the way it is. Because for the last 10,000 years, the climate has been very good for humans. That's why we've been able to spread out all over the planet and, establish, agriculture everywhere, as I was saying before. The concern is not the Earth will probably be fine. The Earth has survived lots of mass extinction events, right? An asteroid impact. I mean, life will continue. The concern is, will the ecosystem shift enough that we are no longer able to support our global population? And right now, everyone on the planet doesn't have fresh water. Everyone on the planet doesn't have readily available food. And so as the population gets bigger and the ecosystem gets disturbed, more famine, lack of fresh water in the places where you need it. That sort of the thing. And so yes, the ecosystem will be affected negatively in terms of what humans need.
Will global warming be as bad as a mass extinction event?
No, those were huge cataclysmic events. One of the mass extinction events were because really half of Asia opened up a volcanic, and that's why you have all those beautiful black volcanic temples through Southeast Asia, because that part of the planet was completely covered in lava. Like 200 million years ago. So if you think about like Angkor Wat and those places, those are actually carved out of lava. So now you think about how deep did that lava flow have to be able to have a temple made out of basalt. So that was a huge mass extinction event. This will be more slow and subtle, but yeah, it's a major concern. The bottom line is where carbon is matters. And when it's in the ground, the climate is more stable. When lots and lots of carbon is in the atmosphere, the climate is warmer and more volatile.
What causes global warming?
Basically, greenhouse gases getting into the atmosphere, the big culprit being carbon. Most of the coal and fossil fuels that are in the ground were actually buried after the last extinction event, not the dinosaur one, but the big one before that. In result of all that volcanic activity, putting huge amounts of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Plants love carbon dioxide. So there was a period of millions and millions of years where plants grew these huge jungles all over the planet. Those jungles then decayed, they got compressed, they became swamps, they became coal and fossil fuels. And that pulled all the carbon back out of the atmosphere, back into the ground, the climate stabilized. Scientists can tell the difference between carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that came from a volcano and carbon dioxide that came from coal because the isotopes are different. So every indication is that the carbon dioxide that is building up in the atmosphere, and that's like a measurable fact, is from the burning of fossil fuels, not from natural occurrence.
Is the majority of global warming humans' fault?
I would say it's probably a combination of naturally occurring things and then us destabilizing it by doing our thing. So really the solution is to start really using our knowledge and our technological might to start figuring out ways to shift to, because if nothing else, even if you don't even look at climate, we're going to run out of coal and carbon, fossil fuels at some point. It is a limited resource. So we need to look at renewable, clean ways of getting our energy. There are better ways of doing that. Solar, wind, even nuclear, clean nuclear.
If everyone used clean energy sources, would it slow down and stop global warming?
It would slow it, and then hopefully the planet. One of the things we need to do is stop burning down the very things that actually pull carbon out of the. There's a lot of layers to this. Polluting our oceans, because plankton pulls carbon out of the atmosphere. The massive rainforests all over the tropical belt of the planet all pull carbon out of the atmosphere. So the double so one, stop poisoning and cutting down the things that pull carbon out of the atmosphere. And then part of it is our agricultural processes also. Stop using chemicals and start figuring, and again, none of this are simple solutions. I'm very much not a reactionist. So yes, slow, steady changes, starting to change how we do things on a global level. The United States can't do it by themselves, China, it has to be on a global level. Because one country can only do their thing. So it really has to be humans changing how we get energy and taking better care of the natural systems. And then hopefully over a long period of time, it will stabilize. In the short term, we really need to be planning for these things are gonna happen. What you wanna worry about is what happens, what we do in the next 20, 30, 40 years can really affect what happens in the next 20, 30, and 40 years.
Should we start using clean, renewable energy?
We need to start investing in that technology. We can't just all of a sudden, you couldn't just say all of a sudden stop burning fuel. That's not realistic. We need to start looking at ways of reducing it. We need to start using our technology to develop better ways of getting clean energy. But we have the ability to, just look what we did with the pandemic, right? Within a year, we came up with a virus, we came up with a vaccine. When we put our mind to it as human beings, we can do amazing things. But we have to start working on it.
Auto detailing is an activity that keeps the vehicle in its best possible condition, especially cosmetically as opposed to mechanically.
The thing that inspired me to be a car detailer was back in 2018, I used to work at a collision shop where I was a detailer there. And after the summertime, I was actually fired, and that inspired me to become a car detailer.
So what makes us the best duo is that we're best of friends. We share the same work ethic. We always do everything 100%. We have a lot of the same interests, and I feel like that shows in our quality of work that we make the best duo.
Some of the struggles I was faced with, and I'm still facing to this day, is working around my parents' work schedule due to the fact we live in an HOA community, so we can't park our cars on the streets, especially in the summertime, trying to get them done early in the morning before the sun comes down and it's over 100 degrees.
Some struggles that we were faced with was one night we were doing a ceramic coating and we had gotten a new polishing product, and when we went to go use the product, it wasn't working to our quality of work. So we ended up having to go to the store, buying a new polish, and just redoing the whole job because of that one little product that just makes us so much different. So those are one of the struggles that we've ran into.
My favorite part of my job is working with so many different kind of cars and just seeing the transformation after I'm done cleaning the cars, because they come in so dirty, and once I'm done, they look like a brand new car. And that's one of the best things, one of the best feelings actually, not things, of doing this. And also just being my own boss and knowing I don't have somebody watching my back all the time and doing things how I want and doing them the best way I believe that it could be done.
So me and Javi met at Heron in 7th grade. We lost communication because I had to move schools, and we reunited about 4 years ago and became really great friends and decided to make a business, and I think it's going very well.
Most challenging car I've worked on would have to be any car where the parents have multiple kids, especially when they play sports, because the cars come in super dirty, stains everywhere, garbage everywhere, food everywhere, and it's crazy. And also the ones where they have pets. Pet hair is the most difficult thing to remove in a car, so most definitely have to be any car where they have pets or kids.
97% of Americans turn to car detailers to maintain the beauty of their vehicles. A full detail covers all the non-mechanical components of the vehicle. Tires, wheels, exterior paint, chrome trim, interior surface, seats, and carpet.
My favorite car that I worked on would have to be a 1966 Chevy Impala, which I ceramic coated. All right, in the end, I hope this inspires people with interest with car detailing and or people who want to open their own car detailing business.
The COVID pandemic has affected the vast majority of the world's population, either physically or mentally.
I contracted the Delta variant in July of 2021. I no longer have taste or smell. And so it has affected me in some ways in that, yes, food is kind of taken a second place since I can't taste it. So I need to be careful not to light candles or do anything that might cause a fire that I would not be aware of because of my lack of sense of smell.
I'm a senior at SECTv, doing a math major with an emphasis in teaching. Online education didn't affect my academics, but it did affect my emotions, because I'm a shy person. So I would rather go to classroom to have a chance to interact with people like my classmates and my professors. But with online education, I remember having my cam off all the time. I wouldn't turn on the cameras and I wouldn't talk to anyone in the classroom.
I'm spending much more time at home, not involved in several of the activities I have been involved in before. I'm doing less socializing with friends and family. I've had more time to read, to garden, to sew, to walk. I've made contacts with neighbors that, you come and go and you see each other and wave and that's about it, but now we're all confined to the same area, so we're spending more time together. But the flip side of that is, particularly at our age, there are problems to being isolated. As far as, in order to keep your mind active, you have to be involved in things, you have to socialize, you have to do things. And when you're not doing that and you're living a more sedentary life, you lose your thinking abilities in your mind. And it can trigger going into dementia, MCI, a lot of different age-related problems.
Because we are online, and I felt that I supported my students more emotionally and being there for my students, and not only teaching them the knowledge that they need to pass the class, but being there to support them and help them to connect to each other, and by giving them social time in breakout rooms.
Well, I would like to see a stronger family unit come back. I've noticed that around, that I've seen more families doing things together, bike riding, going on scooters, going out and being around because they're spending more time together. And I think that's a very positive thing, and I hope that continues. It causes people possibly to have a slower routine, maybe realize, change their priorities, that it's not so important to have so many things, but it's more important to spend quality time.
Hello everyone, my name is Tom Mahoney. I am Luke's dad, and today we're going to talk about how I fell in love with fishing and got Luke involved. I think the reason why I got into fishing primarily is because it was something that we could do outside. A family with 12 kids, so I was very rarely inside. I think I was home for, dinner time and to sleep, and the rest of my life was out in the woods playing with my friends. And fishing was something that we could do outside, so that's why I really got into it. I really love fishing, probably for the same reasons now that I did when I was a kid, and that's because it's something you can do outside, and it's really relaxing, but also it's super exciting when you can catch that fish. So I really like the challenge of it, and now I'm really enjoying fishing even more because I get to do it with my son, Luke. I mostly fished as a kid in like streams, ponds, and then every once in a while we would go to the beach and I would surf fish. But then as I became adult, I would actually do fishing charters. And that's one of my favorite memories is when Luke and I, with the family, we went to Cabo in Mexico. And Luke's main goal was to catch a fish as big as him. And I think at that time he was probably around 10 years old. And so we went off into the Pacific Ocean and we caught mahi-mahi, which is a beautiful fish. And we caught our limit, and Luke caught a fish that was literally as big as him. It was about 45 pounds. It was so exciting. When it got to the edge of the boat, you had to use a gaff, which is a long hook, to kind of pull it onto the boat. It was a little bloody, but it was just so exciting. And mahi-mahi is tasty. So that evening, we had our fill.
Okay, so Liam, do you remember the first time I went fishing? How did I feel?
You were probably 4 years old, barely were running around, and we had this tiny fishing pole at the stocked pond at Apple Hill. It was probably this big. The fishing pole was still bigger than you at that time. And we ended up going in this pond filled to the brim with trout, but he didn't know. And he ended up catching 4 fish, so much, and the fish almost pull him in every time. It was crazy. And there's like a crowd around him that all the people sitting around and they were cheering. He pulled the fish in. It was crazy. I think that's what really sparked his love for fishing. And in that moment, you just knew that he was gonna fish forever. And he was crazy. You could see him excited. We couldn't leave that pond.
Do you remember how my fishing experiences have grown throughout my life?
I know as you grew older and saw more fishermen, you always would ask what they were using, what they were catching. You couldn't pass by a fisherman and ask if they caught anything today. And when they would describe their fish, you would think it was the greatest thing ever. Every time we were camping, he'd wake up before the sun rose to go out and fish. As he grew older and learned a little bit more, he researched and got better at fishing. Researching what to buy. He'd go to stores with my dad, find the perfect tools and lures to use. And I know he'd go out with tons of friends and drag them to his fishing trips down the streets at all different ponds. And you could see like his skills improve and his passion for fishing really improve.
Oh, I think this is my 8th year as a director. We started doing shows here at Albiani about 8 years ago. Before that, I helped with productions at Pleasant Grove High School. And I started as a costumer and a vocal coach, and then I became an assistant director. And then I was encouraged to start directing shows here. The best musical is always the one that we're currently working on. So we're getting ready right now for Do You Want to Dance? We just finished Honk. But the musical that made me fall in love with musicals is Pirates of Penzance. And I saw it probably when I was your age. And it had this song that was about a paradox, and I thought it was entertaining, and I loved the story. I love all the parts, but being a director is my favorite because I get to see students bring a story to life on stage, whether it's the crew designing how something's going to look and making it come to life, or students who are developing characters, overcoming fears, taking risks, and coming together to be a theater family on stage. So the town that I grew up in was really small, and we did an annual Christmas pageant, and I played a doll, and I have a picture that I could share with you about that show. And then in school, my English class did a show, and I played a Jack-in-the-Box. So one of those wind-up boxes where the doll pops out, and so that was my character. To me, theater is telling stories. It's a live performance art where people get to share and to learn and to develop empathy.
I've been following the Mother Hips, oh jeez, pretty much since I was born, basically. Have you heard of the band called the Mother Hips? The Mother Hips met at the dorms in Chico State, and the original members were Tim Bloom, who played lead guitar, Greg Loriacono, who played rhythm guitar, Isaac Parsons played bass, and Mike Wolfchuck played drums. The current members of the Mother Hips are Tim Bloom, guitar vocals, Greg Loriacono, guitar vocals, Brian Rashap, bass vocals, John Hoofer, drums.
To the Mother Hips.
So I first got introduced to the Mother Hips by my dad Rick because he went to Chico State with them, and my first show was June, I think 10th, 2013 at Caesar Chavez Park, and it was super fun. My favorite Mother Hips song is White Falcon Fuzz.
Why?
Just how now the intro is just amazing.
We wanted to start a band because Greg and I would go to these parties in Chico when we were in college, and we would watch these bands play, and all these people would come in and be watching the band, and it looked like so much fun. It looked like that we wanted to be those guys. We just would look up at them and said, that's like, we got to be those guys. So that's like how it started. It kind of changed since then, but that was kind of how it started. We opened for all kinds of bands, let's see, we opened for, the ones that pop into my mind, the most like famous ones are like Wilco and Johnny Cash and who else did we open for? The Blues Traveler. I don't think we ever opened for the Black Crowes, but we kind of almost did. So many other bands, I can't even think of them all.
So wait, you guys opened for Johnny Cash?
We got to open for Johnny Cash at the Fillmore Auditorium in San Francisco. It was probably in about 1994, 1995. And it was incredible. Yeah, we got to meet him, and we got to meet, well, we didn't get to meet June Carter Cash, but they were together, they were both there. It was amazing. Well, Greg and I write a lot of this. I write more songs than Greg for sure, but when we first started, I wrote almost all of them, and then as it sort of got, Greg has started to contribute more and more as the years have gone on. So, and nowadays, Greg and I kind of collaborate on almost every song, which is pretty cool. The way the songwriting process works for me is that I'll come up with words kind of when I'm sleeping or when I'm just laying in bed or when I'm driving in my car. So sometimes I'll hear something that inspires me, or I'll read something in a book. I read a lot of books, and I'll jot them down, and then I'll sort of figure out how those can all go together, and I'll get the meter of those words, the way they work, will sort of dictate what chords I play and how I sing them. So usually it's the words first. I think one of my favorite, I think my most favorite song that I've written, it's hard to say because I've written a lot of them, and you tend to favor the newer ones. But I think probably maybe the best song I've written is White Falcon Fuzz. I think it's probably the coolest song. Some of my favorite venues are probably, for the most part, the venues that are like famous, and they're famous because everyone likes them. But like the Fillmore is awesome, and the Great American Music Hall in San Francisco, those are both great. The Casbah in San Diego is a really small, kind of like dirty rock club that I think is a cool. I like to play there. I don't like to go backstage there. But there's a place called Dan's Silverleaf, which is in Denton, Texas, and it's just, for some reason, it's just a really cool place. I love it. There's a bunch of them. I could go on and on, but the reason that I use, the why of that question is the way it sounds for the most part. Like if it feels good to play music on the stage, that's good. If the people that run it are nice, and those are the main things, I think. Typical show day for me, there's two different kinds. There's the kind where you start from home when you're already home, like today was for me. And then the other kind is when you're on tour already. So let's take the first example first. Wake up in the morning, put my pants on, one leg at a time. Just like the same way anyone would get ready for work. Take a shower, do your chores, get ready to go. Load up your guitars in the car, drive to the show, and sound check, sit around for a couple hours, eat dinner, play the show, break down the gear, and then put it back in the car, and then either drive home or drive to the hotel. And then, the next day, if you're in a hotel, the next day is much the same, except you don't have to do your chores. You can just wake up and go out to breakfast. The early days of playing shows in Chico, they were crazy. The early days were crazy. Everyone was kind of young, and rock and roll was still really popular amongst college-age kids back then. So everyone was really into it, and we would just play late at night, and places would be packed, and there'd be as many people outside of the venue as there would be inside, because a lot of them couldn't get in. So it was crazy. It's a great question. If I could only play one guitar for the rest of my career, that's a good question. I'm not saying this is my favorite guitar, because I'm not sure. That's a different answer, sort of. But I think if I could only play one guitar, and I think Kyle might agree with me on this, but I think it would have to be like a vintage Stratocaster, just because I think it's the most versatile. It can do the most different things. I don't know. That's arguable, but Today, that's my answer. The ultimate amplifier. That's, boy, I mean, like if, are you sort of asking the same question, like if I could only use one amp?
Yeah.
Probably a super reverb, Fender super reverb, like a mid-60s Fender super reverb. Or a Fender, or like the right blackface twin, or a pro reverb or something like that.
The Mother Hips have had 4 bass players. The original bass player was Isaac Parsons, and then it was Paul Hoagland. He left in 2011, then Scott Tunis joined the band. In 2018, he was replaced by Brian Rashap, who is the current bass player.
Hips. So I joined the Mother Hips permanently in August of 2018. I have known about the Mother Hips since fall of 1993, which is when 2 of my dearest friends from growing up, David Rafalovich and Abby Kavanaugh, went to Chico State University. And they found this band. And when I was going to visit them, they said, "Oh, dude, you gotta check out this band. They're incredible and crazy, and I don't understand what they're doing, but you're gonna love it." So I went up there, and it turns out that it was a pretty infamous show. It was, I think, at the fairgrounds, and there were so many people in the audience that at one point this makeshift stage moved and like shifted, and everybody was like, "Oh, no, hang on, don't touch the stage." So that was it, and I fell in love with the music the first time I heard it. The first show that I actually played in the Mother Hips was at the Powerhouse Brewing Company, which is in Folsom, on January 31st, 2014. And and Scott Tunis, who was their current bass player, he was sick and he couldn't make those shows. And so around 3:30 p.m. that day, my friend Tim Bloom, who plays guitar and sings in the band, called me, and we were having just a casual conversation for a minute. And he's like, "What are you doing this weekend?" I was like, "Oh man, I wish I could go to the shows, but I have my boys this weekend, so I really can't." And he said, and I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, we don't have a bass player tonight." And I just said, "I'll be there." And so I had to figure out what I was going to do with my children, because it was their mother and I were divorced, and it was my weekend to have them. So I took them with me, and a friend, a real dear childhood friend, she and her family had the boys over for a sleepover, and I went to the show. And I got to tell you this, because you're connected to this, right? I couldn't have gotten through that show without having my friend Rick, who's your dad, standing next to me in the audience, taking some pictures, but really being there as my support. I couldn't do it. I was so nervous and so excited and just blah, you know? And that was the first show, and I loved it. And then I did the next show with them as well. And that was it. I filled in and I did my duties, right? I have played in many other bands. One band that you might have heard of was this reggae band from Sonoma State, which is where I went to college, called Groundation. And I play in a band called Par Value Country Band, which is with Tim Bloom and John Hofer from the
Well, that is still a band? It's still a band?
It's always still a band. We just gotta get a gig, dude. And I play with a lot of other people. As a bass player, you get hired to do gigs. And so this Wednesday, I'm going to go play some Grateful Dead music down in at the Paper Mill Saloon. So I do a lot of freelance work, you could call it. Well, live, when I play with the Mother Hips, I primarily use a Lakeland Bob Glob bass, and that is built off of a 1964 Fender Precision bass. And that one sits in the mix the best. But then if we do like an acoustic show or if we're doing a mellow show, I use a Lakeland hollow body bass. And that's sort of like Tim's 335s that he plays. When we record, I use whatever bass I think sounds best for the recording. So that could be something I don't even have yet. I play that Lakeland P bass the most because a couple reasons. One, I feel like it sits in the mix, meaning the frequency of it sits really well in this band. And another reason, honestly, is that if you look at the history of Mother Hips bass players, Isaac, who was their first bass player and one of the basically founding members, he played a P bass, and I loved how that sounded. So I like to carry on that tradition. And then also Scott Tunis played a P bass in the Mother Hips for 6 years or something. So I feel like it's the best choice. What do you think?
I agree.
Ryder, my friend, why would you ask me such a difficult question? Does this have to be a bass that I currently own?
No.
Good answer. I would say pass. Next question. No, I would say maybe a vintage P bass. I was told this would be an easy interview when I signed up to do this, and that is just not the case. What amp? Oh my gosh. Maybe a vintage Ampeg B15, which is a really cool recording amp. Other than that, I absolutely love my Aguilar brown amp, you know, my big stack.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right. Yeah, that thing, I just love it. I think it sounds so good. So that is an Aguilar DB751 head and a 410 cabinet, 115 cabinet.
Nice.
So maybe that one of those, that Ampeg B15 or the Aguilar. You know, I would say the one thing that I would add to our conversation about the Mother Hips and playing in the band is that we are so thankful for our fans and the support our fans have given us. And really, Ryder, we're very incredibly thankful to people like you who we couldn't do this if it wasn't for fans and friends like you. And I hope you understand that.
I do.
Okay, good. You are an integral part of our organization and our career.
Ooh. So these are some road cases, and then over here is Greg and Rasha just chilling. Some more of the same road cases. Here's some speakers and some lights. Rashap's boat, an amp, Tim's boat, Hope is actually sound checking his drum set. Here is Rashap's pedal board, and then Tim's pedal board and DI, and then Tim's guitar amp, and then Greg's amp with his Telecaster, and then his pedal board and DI. Danny's setup with like his Hammer Me3, the Echoplex for Greg's boat with 2 more guitars, and that is the entire stage setup.
my role with the band is stage manager. And what that means is I build the stage, I set all the stuff up, I make sure everything is in the right place and how they like it. You know, it took years to learn that stuff, specifically for them and their taste and their, their wants. I make sure that they have the, they have everything that they need to do their show. And then I break it down and pack it up and make sure that everything is safe for the next time, because that stuff is very important, that gear, that, Ryder. And in this particular band, I start the setup with Hofer's kick drum, and that is what I base the entire setup off of. I go from there and I place Tim and Greg's amps, and then I place the keys, and the on the other side I place Rashap's his setup, and then I build downstage from that.
So I became a member of the Mother Hips crew probably like back in Chico, like in the very early beginning days. When one of the highlights for sure was when they were signed to American Recordings, and when they opened for Johnny Cash, like I was there for that, right? And that was because I've been a huge Johnny Cash fan since I was a little kid, and so that whole scenario that they're opening, and it's at the Fillmore, right, which is, a pretty famous club.
The Mother Hips have had two drummers, Mike Wolfchuk from 1991 to 1997, and John Hofer from 1997 until the present day.
I've been playing guitar since I was 11 years old. So that's a long time. And 39 years. And maybe a little longer than that, actually 10. And actually I started taking lessons when I was 10 years old. Then I broke my finger riding my bike, and I had to have a cast on my finger. And so I had to stop taking lessons. So it wasn't until I was 11 till I really started taking lessons. And then my first guitar was a guitar that my mom rented for me at Harbor Center Guitars. And it was a knockoff of a SG. You know what the SG is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I played it a lot. The Hypnic is a festival that the band that I'm in, called the Mother Hips, puts on every year. And it was started because we love the area of Big Sur on the coast of California. It's very beautiful. There's the ocean and lots of trees. And we thought it would be a really nice place to play music and have people gather. It's a nice place to camp. So yeah, all of those reasons. And our friend Britt, Britt Govia of Folk, yeah, he is a promoter, and he was able to help us get that started. And we've been doing it. What was this year? This was year 12, right? Yeah. When I'm on tour, I miss my family very much. Before FaceTime and Zoom and all this fancy stuff we have now, I would just talk to them on the phone, and I didn't get to see them. But now with the capabilities, technological capabilities we have now, it makes it a lot easier. I use the Echoplex a lot. In fact, I can see two of them down in my studio right now, Ryder, and I can see them over there. And I got another one as a backup. But I use a lot of effects. I used to not use any effects on my guitars, but now I use like a fuzz pedal. I use reverb. The phaser. I like the phaser a lot. The Phase 100. Yeah, I use a slide on my guitar. You've seen me use that. That's a good question. My favorite pedal on my pedal board right now is probably my fuzz pedal. Yeah, I like to use the fuzz pedal. A favorite show that I've played, that's a good question. Let me think. One specific show. I mean, every time we play the Hypnic, the Hypnic is usually my favorite show of the year. Also, the holiday shows at the Great American Music Hall, those are pretty special. But there's been some other shows that we've played that have been pretty fun, like playing at the Fillmore in San Francisco. But, yeah.
And why?
Oh, and why? Let me stick with one to make that easier. So the Hypnic, we have already talked about that. Again, that's one where my family comes every year. So not every show do I get to bring my whole family, and they're with me the whole weekend. And there's so many friends there, like you and your parents and everybody else. So it's not only the show that I like so much, but it's the environment and the community. And it's in a beautiful area, as you very well know.
It totally is.
Yeah. Wow. Well, as you know, an amp, a guitar that I love to use is my Telecaster. Well, I like to use both of them. I like to use the 1998, which is the one I bought new in 1998. And then I like to use the 1963 reissue a lot. So both of those, but right now, I'm going to tell you a couple things. Right now, Ella has taken the 1998 to school because she's playing in jazz band. And so I let her use it one day, and she hasn't brought it back. So that one's kind of, I'm not going to say it's officially Ella's right now, but she's using it a lot. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret right now, if you don't mind. Can I?
Yeah.
I bought a new guitar today.
What?
A red 1965 ES335 semi-hollow body. It's so insane. It's so good.
Are you gonna bring it to the holiday shows?
Oh my god! Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is it the one behind you? No, on the other side.
Oh no! But I'll show you this. No, it's not here. It's at my Larry Craig is the guy who. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
He's the guy who fixes my guitars.
The Paul.
No, okay. So this guitar is very special. This is called Grandpa Joe's guitar. My grandpa, Joe Luzzi, built this guitar in 1949. And it looks like a Les Paul, right?
Right.
But it's not. It's his own design.
What about the amp? What about the one amp?
Right. I would say my Fat Jimmy 20. I love it. I mean, remember the Super? The Super's right here. But
yeah, I know.
But I think if I were to have one, it would be the Fat Jimmy 20. It does everything I need. It's plenty of loud. It's got the reverb. It's got the vibrato. Everything's happening with that.
Is there anything?
I love to play music. It's very important to me. I'm very grateful that I get to do it not only for my pleasure and for the pleasure of my friends and family, but I also get to do it as my livelihood. So that's pretty cool.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome, Ryder.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Mother Hips being together as a band.
My love for art definitely came at a point in my childhood when I was really young. So my grandmother taught me how to draw when I don't even think I was in kindergarten yet. And I was very busy, and I think she taught me partly just to get me to sit still for a little bit, because she babysat me a lot when I was young. But I still remember those drawings, and I remember sitting with her, and we were on the couch, and she had all the paper on the coffee table, and she started drawing these like illustrative fashion figures, and I was just in awe. Like, I didn't even know that people did this, that you could draw and make pictures from your imagination. I was just like so into it. And so I remember from that point, I just took off and got really into drawing. And I would say I spent the majority of my childhood in my spare moments drawing. I would say I think my passion for art really evolved as I grew older and started to experience life. And when I was younger and I was drawing a lot, I was really into cartoons, and then I started discovering architecture, and then kind of jumped back into getting excited about animation. And then when I was a young teen, I started taking college classes, and that kind of connected me with more of like modern and fine art. And I think from that point on, I just got really hooked with learning new mediums like printmaking and photography. And I actually didn't study art in college. I mean, I did on the side. I was an anthropology major, but I think it connected with art really well. And so when I was in college, I had the opportunity to study with this incredible abstract painter named Mary O'Neill, and I took printmaking with her. And even though I did a lot of figurative work, portrait work, and even portrait work in photography, I really started to see abstract work as another way of telling a story. And that kind of eventually launched me into getting into quilting as I got older. Over the years, I've learned so much from my students. I started teaching right when I got out of college, and I was teaching in after-school programs and doing art projects with young children. And I think the way that it really informed my own practice as an artist is that I learned really how to be in the moment, and also to embrace the slip-ups or the mistakes in your work. I mean, I really think that art comes down to turning those mistakes into purpose. And I mean, I can even extend that into my own children. Watching them grow up, I can't say I taught them art or how to make art necessarily, but the tools were already there and in front of them and available. And I would say for my oldest in particular, she probably grew up going to more museums and art galleries than I would say her younger siblings. And they've all just gravitated towards it. And I think from them too, I've just watching them get inspired and seeing their imaginations come to life, I think for me has really taught me so much about my own work and where I want to go with it. And there's just something exciting about teaching. I mean, I'm that type of person that learns something new and I just immediately want to share it with other people. And so there's a lot of reward in that as well.
My mom has influenced my art in the sense that she has always been surrounding me in the art world, whether that be going to museums, showing me different artists, or just doing art around me generally. As a young kid, I wanted to definitely replicate her. And I remember I used to draw on cardboard pieces and just draw scribbles, and I thought it was amazing. And she was really, really supportive of everything that I created. So it just made me feel like this was something that I really enjoyed and something that I really wanted to continue with. She definitely influenced me to go to an art high school just to continue my studies and to work on my foundational skills as a visual artist. And throughout that time period, so when I was in high school, I did a lot of extracurricular art projects. One of the projects was One Voice. It's a cultural exchange program that was focusing on the topics of visual art, performing arts, and ecology. And my mom really, really influenced me and was very supportive of me applying to the project, even though at some point, I might have not felt so so confident in my skills, she definitely was very supportive of my work and what I had to offer to the program. And so I was very thankful for that. I was able to get in, and it was an amazing, amazing opportunity. But she has always been supportive of anything that I do, especially when it comes to the visual arts, just because we connect so much together on our mutual love for the visual arts. So that's something I'm very thankful for.
In one blank statement, what do you truly hope to teach others through your art?
I really hope to teach others to express themselves and learn how to find their own voice through telling a story.
I really like your artwork.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like yours too.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Banta. My topic for this interview would be the importance of family. And now I will introduce you my family.
I am the youngest of the 10 children of my family.
And I'm the eldest daughter in the family.
I'm the second youngest in the family.
I'm the middle child in the family.
So I'm the youngest in the family.
And being the eldest, you will have a big responsibility. And one of them is taking care of your younger siblings.
I think the most memorable moment with my family when we went to San Francisco just to bond and enjoy our vacation.
My memorable moment of my family was my wedding day.
And for me, my memorable moment with my family when they came here into the United States, it's a dream come true for us.
I think the memorable moment for me is when I gave birth to my son Isaiah.
The most fun as we do as a family is when we do a small talk while eating together.
The fun thing to do with the family is when we go out of town.
I think spending time with Isaiah and playing Call of Duty.
In your opinion, why is family important?
In my opinion, family is important during challenging times. People need a family they can count
on. Having a family, you will never feel lonely in this world.
For me, family is important simply because family is your true companion from the day you were born until the rest of your life.
I think family is important because no matter what's gonna happen, family is gonna be there for you and help you.
My parents had the biggest impact on my life. They taught me to always be responsible and respectful to other people.
Of course, for me, their unconditional love and support.
Our family helped me grow better when I was young by giving a very good advices.
Our family made me a better person because of the support, the care, and love that they always give me.
I learned a lot from the family, especially when I was younger, like how struggle is and how to help out each other. So we got each other back.
Hello again. Thank you for watching my family interview and about family importance. Remember, family is love. This is Isaac Banta, signing out.
An electronic augmentative communication device is a way for people who cannot speak verbally to communicate with others. All devices are custom to the person. Some people use the device with eye gaze. Other people use the touchscreen or a head mouse. They can literally give a person a voice and improve their quality of life. My brother Chris uses a PRC Ascent 1400 with eye gaze. I'll explain how he uses it. In the corner of the screen, there is a window that helps you make sure the user's eyes are centered in the correct distance from the device for maximum accuracy when using the device. This is the light that reflects off the user's retina so that the device knows what square is being chosen. If you watch closely, you can see a blue dot on the squares. The user just has to hold the dot there for a specific amount of time and then the squares are activated. As the user selects the squares, the sentence is built on the top of the screen. And then finally, the user says the whole sentence by activating that field. Sentences can also be programmed into the device so that the users can speak more fluently. The first interview is with Christopher's paraprofessional, Brandon. He goes with Christopher to all of his classes and helps him in school.
Do you find that the device is helpful when working with me?
Yes, I do. Mainly because of the fact that it allows me to communicate with Chris in a wider really way. And because I can't just go off of verbal or visual cues, and him being able to communicate with me in a more neurotypical way does help me work better with him and provide him with a better education than I would be able to do so otherwise.
Thank you, Christopher.
Is this technology easy to use for you or hard?
I would say it's hard for me to use because when I was training on it a couple of years ago, I did my best and I wanted to throw the device across the room. So for me, on a personal level, it's very challenging, but for someone like Chris who has mastered it over the years, it's not difficult for him in any way, but for me it's very difficult to use. If I had to use it on my own as my only way of communicating, I would have a very difficult time.
What could be improved to assist you in working with me?
I would like to see future devices have an ability to do some predictive text. Currently, I think that the limitation that we have is effectively Chris's vocabulary consists of what we program in, whereas in a more, like an English class, for example, his ability to punch in words that he's learning in the general classroom and be able to reproduce them on the device would be a lot more beneficial than him just hitting a button that we've pre-programmed.
Is there anything you would like to add?
Honestly, just the fact that, this device has enabled me to work with Chris in a much more three-dimensional way, and it has allowed me to communicate with him in a more neurotypical fashion as opposed to just, again, simply interpreting verbal and visual cues. It also has allowed me to kind of get to know him on a deeper level, which has enabled me to do my job a lot easier and give him a better education because I can learn about him and work with him better. So, and that's honestly it, is that this device has effectively transformed his ability to learn and has brought him as close to general ed as I think we can achieve at this point. Working with Chris over the years, and I feel like I've learned as much as he has, getting to work with him, and this device makes it a lot.
The next interview is with Cynthia Faulkner. She is Galt High's school speech pathologist.
Sim, what is your experience working with students who use speech devices like me?
So my experience working with AAC devices started in grad school, where I had a class and we learned about the various types of high-tech and low-tech. And then my biggest experience is actually working with you, Chris, because prior to starting work at Galt High School, I did not work with students who had AAC devices. So the majority of my knowledge has been working with you.
How do you think it affects their learning? What are the benefits or disadvantages you see?
The benefits that I see are that students who have AAC devices are able to communicate regardless of their abilities to talk verbally on their own. So it gives them a voice and allows them to participate in schools and with friends and to get their wants and their needs met. And in terms of affecting their education, I feel that it helps to allow equal access in the schools and to help them to better access their education.
Where do you see assisted speech devices going in the future?
In the future, I think that technology is just going to keep getting better and smarter, and speech devices are not going away. They're just going to continue to improve and hopefully continue to allow students to have better access and can still communicate. So I think it's definitely going to be sticking around and not going anywhere.
Is there anything else you would like to add?
Let's see. I thoroughly enjoy being a speech therapist and working with individuals who have AAC devices. I think it's a lot of fun, and I learn something new every day from individuals like you, Chris, and it's definitely fun to see everything that you can use and do with an AAC device that I did not learn in grad school. So it's been a pleasure working with you and discovering what you can and can't do with that device, and it's very little that you can't do. So that's about it.
Now we will hear from Christopher and how his speech device has made a difference in his life. Hello, and today I'm here with Christopher Sheldon. So Christopher, what is it like using a speech device?
Awesome.
Okay. What are some of the things that you could do with your speech device?
I can ask for things I need. I share my interests, argue with my brother, talk on my phone. I am an anchor on GTV, and many more things than I can list.
Christopher, what are some of your favorite things to say on your speech device?
I feel excited.
What are you excited for?
Farmer. Simulator.
Oh yeah, I heard that's coming out. I think that is cool that Christopher has his own way of communicating with others. I also think that it is awesome that he can tell me what type of game he wants to play on the computer. I think that he is much happier now that he has this speech device.
The Sacramento Educational Cable Consortium, better known as the SECC, created and moderates the Student Educational Video Awards, also known as SEVA. According to the secctv.org's About SEVA page, SECC is committed to continuing the development and implementation of media programs for all Sacramento students. Media programs enhance academic achievements while students learn to work collaboratively in teams and engage in projects that motivate them and connect them with their school. SECC works to put equipment and training in the hands of teachers and students to help facilitate these wonderful opportunities. With the help of the Sacramento Metropolitan Cable Television Commission and school districts, SEVA has been able to help supply and create studios in over 70 schools around the Sacramento area. One of those schools being Galt High. Brooke Beckett is the teacher of the digital video production class there, called Galt Television, aka GTV. We interviewed her on the positive impacts of the studio on her school and the students that participate in the class. How has this class impacted the students that participated in it?
The students have found a new way to express themselves, whether it be for a project in their history class or gaining skills and they want to go into video production after high school. It's really helped students either way, broaden their skills.
Because of these studios, students learn fundamental traits and skills that can help them succeed in both school and in life. Christopher Sheldon is a manager in GTV, and we will now hear from him on the impact this class has had and why he chose to join GTV. How long have you been in GTV, Christopher?
I have been in GTV for 3 years.
That's a long time. What made you choose GTV in the first place?
I chose GTV because I like technology. I want to produce videos and have my own YouTube channel.
Has your disability limited your participation in this class at all?
No, it hasn't. I am given special assignments that I can do, and my classmates work hard to keep me involved in everything we do.
That's really nice. Have you learned anything while participating in this class?
It has made me more social and I like feeling part of something big.
Thanks for doing this interview, Chris. Even with his disabilities, Christopher is still able to participate and learn positive skills and traits while participating in this class. He also likes feeling like he can be part of something big. SEVA Studios will continue to help grow and teach students through film and technology for years to come.
Started this store in 1981 on Del Paso Boulevard. It's where I grew up. You know, I was a union carpenter, and I've always been associated with the water. I'm an ex-pro water skier. So I started selling motorized surfboards and wetsuits and all this stuff. And then one day I went to my friend and I go, dude, I want to start a skateboard store. I go, what do you think of that? And he goes, oh, that's a really bad idea. I go, okay, I'm doing it. So yeah, I started on Del Paso Boulevard at El Camino, and my first rent was like $500 a month. And it's a $2,700 investment. All the kids were out of school. They were all, kind of locked down, and they could get out and play a little bit, and the parents wanted them to play, but my skateboards would fly out of here, my scooters would fly out of here. It kind of killed clothing because nobody was going on vacation, even through summer. But COVID's been really good to me.
Favorite thing about working here is I get to help customers out. I get to help the kids out, especially the kids that feel like they're educated about stuff, they come in here and then they get re-educated and learn how to pay it forward. Yeah, they get mind blown of, the real definition of what they thought was the definition, So really fun helping kids out, sharing to the community.
It'll be great. We're coming into Christmas, and I've got $250,000 in skateboards and $250,000 in scooters.
I just utilize this as a tool, My boss is trying to sell the shop next year, so I'm trying to utilize as much as I can to build my community. So far, like the people that come here and stuff, I'm a pro scooter rider, so it wouldn't be for this shop itself. If it wasn't for this shop, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. I have like pro riders that come through here and show love, and I got the network and friendship just from this shop. So my future is actually going forward and continuing what I'm doing now by myself, trying to manage my own shop.
You just have to get something you want to do and follow it. But, research it, make sure that it's practical and what you're thinking about, but don't give up. I mean, if a kid from the ghetto like me can get out here and kick ass like I do, man, I've had a crazy, amazing life with this store.
Inhale and let's take a deep breath. The importance of this most primitive act has been known to man for centuries. From the earliest yogis to the most elite athletes, our livelihood relies on this primordial function. But in our busy lives, we've forgotten how to take the true, deep breath. Learning the art of breathing has helped millions of people find inner peace in their busy schedules and hectic worlds. Let's explore where breathwork came from and how it can enhance our lives today. Controlled breathing has its roots in spiritual awakening and meditative relaxation commonly found in yoga and meditation. These ancient practices were first used in the 5th and 6th centuries BCE. They were referenced in ancient Indian texts such as the Bhagavad Gita. In the earliest civilizations of Greece, India, and China, breath took on many names such as pneuma, prana, and chi. These people knew about the power of breath and acknowledged its power on our consciousness.
The breath is something that we all have had since we've been here alive. It's the one constant we have as humans. The first thing we do when we're born, last thing we do when we die. And my guess would be that as soon as consciousness was formed, we probably were playing with breath work.
Breath work, also known as pranayama, the regulation of the breath through certain techniques and exercises, stems from the word prana, meaning life force, and yama, meaning control. Pranayama is also used in conjunction with yoga practices, such as Kriya. Some examples of breathwork include lion's breath and breath of fire. Breathwork coaches often refer to a baby's breathing as the most natural, unadulterated form of breathing. To understand this, we must look at a deep breathing technique utilized by newborns. Abdominal breathing emphasizes the use of the diaphragm, making the oxygen and carbon dioxide transfer and overall breath much more efficient. Exercises such as lion's breath help to bring out this diaphragmatic breathing.
Babies breathe, most babies that are healthy, breathe almost perfect at birth, and that's because when they inhale, and you can't see it on camera, but the belly's going to extend out. When they exhale, naturally, even their little shoulders relax down and the belly comes in towards the spine.
But then as we grow up and grow older, we forget how to breathe with that vitality of a newborn infant. And it's really that, like nowadays, these like tight schedules and tight bodies and the belts, they're just kind of taking our breath away.
The benefits of controlled breathing are multifold, both physically and mentally. This includes reduced cortisol release, which helps with stress control, better digestion, a boosted immune system, pain relief, lowered blood pressure, and increased energy.
The vagus nerve sends signals about your digestion. It sends signals about hormones. It sends signals to your heart. What better way to regulate yourself and decide how you want to feel in either a scary situation, a situation where you need to be creative, or at the end of the night when you are dead tired and you need to go to sleep and you can't, your breath can put you to sleep.
When it comes to benefits of yoga and breath work, I think it's all these health benefits are really like incidental. They're like a side effect. Really what you gain is that focus and peace of mind and just feeling calm and feeling good.
In our society, mental health is very stigmatized. Breath is one of the most valuable tools in helping someone deal with mental illness, as well as managing the everyday stress. People who practice breathwork on a daily basis report feeling more alert and more relaxed, ready to take on the day's challenges in stride.
We feel so refreshed and kind of reborn, because usually we're not allowed to express our emotions in such intense way, and here we actually invite people to intensify. So if they want to cry, they really go for it, give it 100%. If they want to be angry, so give your anger 100%, and we facilitate these processes.
Or doing anything, I become more centered. I think that's the right word, more centered after doing this Kriya.
Adults are not the only members of society that benefit from breathwork. Breathwork coaches discuss how students can benefit from these techniques in a school setting.
Jillian Pransky, who's a yoga teacher, says our breath is our life partner. So for kids to understand that they're taking an exam and they're not supposed to talk and they can't open their book, they can't access a computer, they've literally forgotten how to think or take the test, they can do some simple breath work, relax down the nervous system, and access their potential again.
Finally, all we need is a place to start.
I think it's like time, place, and circumstance, right? We live in a modern world, how many people can get up 2 hours before work and practice yoga, or before school and breath work?
Foursquare breathing is just the place to start. Foursquare breathing is a technique that allows you to imagine your breath as a breathing cycle on a 1:1:1:1 ratio. It is shown to give you an energy boost, help with muscle fatigues, alleviate headaches, and relieves you of other stress-related symptoms.
This is a technique that most people find pretty calming and relaxing, and doesn't take a lot of effort. So with box breathing, you can sit or lay down, and you don't have to do anything fancy with your hands. You're going to make what we call an ocean sound through the back of your throat. And you can do this with your mouth closed, and it's basically inhaling. And if you listen very closely, you're going to hear the ocean sound, what we call the ocean sound in the back of my throat. And it's just the sound of air moving through your throat. So breathing through the nose with the mouth closed. And as you're breathing, the belly is extending. As you're exhaling, the belly is coming back towards your spine. We're going to inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 4 at the top of the box, exhale to a count of 4, and then hold again on the bottom. So if you imagine 4 sides to a box, breathing in, holding, exhaling, and holding again. And I'll show you one more round where you can actually hear my breath, and I won't do the counting. So I'm going to exhale. And then you would go back to regular breathing.
The power of breath is ready to be harnessed by each of us. The benefits abound and are ready to be discovered by all, old and young. Take a deep breath and let's begin.
I'm Daniel Lloyd, a student here in California. Today we'll be taking a look at the free lunch policy.
But we have a hunger problem in this country, and we had a hunger problem, quite frankly, even before the pandemic. Now over 50 million of our fellow citizens don't know where their next meal is going to come from.
Which is why Gavin Newsom put in place this last summer that every student, regardless of income, may receive free lunch.
I think it's a great policy. Many people cannot afford to put food on the table, so if the school is providing free lunch to help provide kids food, I think it's pretty good.
Some students' opinions differ, but some are very similar.
I think it's helpful a lot to the people who can't really afford it and everything.
Let's take a look at a frontline worker who was here during the whole pandemic, working hard, serving up lunches to both students and their families.
All in all, I think it's good, and it's harder for parents, to put food on the table. I think we're supplying a good service.
Participation in the food program has increased greatly ever since the pandemic and the policy has been put in place. Not only has the policy had an effect on numbers throughout California, but especially here at Franklin.
We don't have the staff to accommodate the increased lunches, which have gone up by 400 lunches.
It's had a profound impact because our strategy and a lot of our nation's strategy has been to make sure that we use the public school system to feed kids. 22 million kids in this country get a free or reduced priced school lunch.
They're pretty good quality meals, so I think the school's doing a very good job by providing free meals.
Not only has students and cafeteria workers realized the benefits of the program, but other faculty has as well.
The whole state has gone to free breakfast and lunch, which I think is just a great resource for our students, especially during these challenging times.
It's not enough to fully feed yourselves, but it certainly is going to help at a time like this.
Some believe the free lunch program was put in place because of the pandemic, but others think it would have been put in place regardless.
I think it was something that was probably coming in years to come. It just made sense we may as well feed everybody.
I think that when we were on distance learning, the numbers went down for a bit because people had to pick it up. But now that people are on campus, we've seen a greater need for people, longer lines for food, but hopefully everyone is getting served and is enjoying the program.
The need was out there. During the pandemic, we were feeding 400 curbside parents picking up meals.
I'm not sure if it would be in effect now if we hadn't gone through all of this, but I'm glad that that's at least one positive thing that's come out of this, is being able to have that funding to provide those meals.
Yeah, COVID was just like, well, yeah, because some people still can't afford and don't have money to get lunch, and a lot of kids don't eat breakfast or like get lunch, so they're starving. So I feel like, yeah, it'd be still in place without COVID.
Honestly, I don't think it'll be in place because my theory is that the school's providing free lunch right now because they're getting money from the government because of COVID. So if there's no COVID, then they won't get the money.
Also, there's ongoing questions about if the state provides enough funding for the meal program. Let's take a look at some.
I think the district is providing enough money for this program because if they weren't, then there would be more food shortages and the program would have ended a long time ago.
Yeah, I do think the district has the funds to support the program.
The funding is tricky. It doesn't all come from the district. Some comes from a state level, some comes from the National School Lunch Program.
Also,
so we're reimbursed a certain amount on $1 for each federally funded meal that we serve, which they all are. That's why we're always telling you to take your fruit, because the National School Lunch Program has certain guidelines as far as what has to be in that meal. So the funding, yes, there is plenty of money out there.
So the state provides enough funding for the meal program.
And I do want to give a shout out to all of the school nutrition professionals out there. They move mountains day in and day out, making sure that the children in their schools are able to eat healthy, nutritious food.
All in all, this policy is good for the people and families of California.
Black women, beautiful golden-skinned black women, my black woman, my aunts, my cousins, my grandmothers, my mother. These are my black women. Within their paths, I see the paths I can take. They teach me with the switch in their walk. They teach me with the way that they talk. They teach me through the love that they give. They say they got me. They show they got me. We are tight-knit. My black women. I love my black women.
My name is Regina Briles, and I will have to ask you about the information you got on generations, because boomers were actually from 1946 to 1964. I am a baby boomer. I was born in 1948.
Okay. Well, my name is Jane Ellen Johnson. I go by Janie. I am a boomer. I was born in 1956.
Hello, I am Rhonda Briles Buchanan, and I am a Gen Xer.
Hi, my name is Tia Lorraine Johnson. I am
a Gen Xer. I was born in 1976.
Jamila.
What's your birthday?
March 21st.
The year?
1979.
What's your name?
Simona.
When's your birthday?
Oh, 11/1.
What year?
81.
Hi, my name is Monique McKenzie, and I'm a millennial.
Okay. Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm Generation Z.
My name is Tanae. I am Generation Z, born in 1998.
My name is Nia, and I am a part of Gen Z.
My name is Dania McKenzie, and I am a Gen Zer. The best. I mean, yeah, a Gen Zer.
Definition of a woman to me basically is a mature adult female. And that could be very, very broad. But to boil it down to that, that's what a woman is.
Oh gosh, that is such a wide question, or an open question, I guess, because I really believe that every woman is unique. And there are so my definition can even change at times, I think. But I think the basic, my thoughts about what is the definition of a woman is the simple fact that you cannot define them. You cannot try and put them in a box, even though they've tried. People try. And woman that has a kind heart, who is compassionate, believes in herself. And I say believes in herself because, there are so many things that tend to want to tear us down, from each other to ourselves, trusting in your own self and understanding and learning and growing to know that you are beautiful and bold and you really can achieve what your mind can conceive, kind of thing. But basically, like I said, kind person, giving person, which women tend to be, very nurturing of their family and what have you. So compassionate, yet belief in oneself that they can do anything. And you really do have to kind of grow into some of that because, like I said, there's so many things from now the social media or what have you, but TV and all of that. I think I was under 11 and don't remember I kind of remember when we got our first TV. And so we really didn't sit in front of it a lot. We had a lot of interaction with our peers and could be outside, we've been running and doing. So being a woman, you really do or will kind of grow into your character. And your character is essential. A woman of integrity, honesty, again, compassion and kindness. And so.
I still say an mature adult female. And I was raised, again, that goes back to our baby boomer question. And I was raised to believe values and value relationships. We were taught that as an African-American woman, we could do anything we wanted to do. And when I say anything we wanted to do, we were just as good as anyone else. And we had an opportunity to excel. We could have gone to school. We knew we could always become mothers. We could always become wives. but there were just family values and different things that I grew up with in terms of what a woman was. She was responsible. She was would be a caregiver. She would be a wife, love her husband, and her children, and take care of a house. And so those were some of the things and expectations that I grew up with. Although if she chose not to get married or not to have children, she would still be a mature, responsible, female adult.
Well, I think my mother was a little different. I don't know that I was raised in terms of my mother, because my mother was really my sole parent. My mother and father divorced when I left Arkansas when I was just a little over 11. And, I did everything with my mom, and a lot of what we did, like I said, between church and activities at the school. My mom believed in education, big time education. She wanted her children, because she didn't finish school. She was raised in the country. She was raised in a time, she was raised like, in 1926, where especially a Black woman, education, wasn't pushed necessarily. So my mother pushed education, but she was also a working mom. And so my sisters, from my sister Edna was the main one who kind of took care of me. And so I'm thinking it's more of what I saw around me, because I know when I got older and when I married and had a family, it's like you take care of your husband and wait on him almost. But my mom didn't raise me like that necessarily. So I think it was some of the environment around me that had me thinking, you grow up or whatever, you get married, and yes, school was a part of things. And somehow I got a little off track and didn't complete all of my schooling. That's another whole long story in terms of how I behaved in my marriage. I wasn't going by how I was raised. I wasn't doing the things in how I was raised until it got to be too much.
How old were you when you had your first child?
I was 18.
Was having a family of your own important to you when you were younger?
Yes, it was. Again, goes back to how I was raised, and having the children, the husband, then going through everything that we had. When I say everything that we had, the growth that we had, watching the children go to school, interacting with other people, with family, making sure that we were on top of the kids, and instilling in them, again, the same values that were instilled in us. You are a person, you're a great person, you can do anything you want to do, and you can learn. We wanted to make sure that they learned, were able to go to school. And consequently, one of my siblings was a teacher. And of course, she, especially with my first child, Rhonda, my daughter, she had books. She always had educational stuff. She spent time and everything with her to make sure that that educational foundation was set for her. And we did the same thing for our son, Kamau, too. Maybe I shouldn't be mentioning their names.
No, it's okay.
Okay, yeah, the same thing. But we were very education-oriented, very community-oriented, sharing everything and different things, and expecting, giving everybody the benefit of the doubt without prejudices, if we could.
I have 3 children.
How old were you when you had your first one?
3 daughters. I was 21, I believe. Yeah. think I was 21.
When you were young, did you think it was important to start a family, or was it just not really something you were worried about all that much?
Yeah, I wanted to start a family. I loved children. And at one time, I wanted this huge house full of children, not totally understanding what all of that meant, in terms of caring for them and providing for them. But no, I was ready to start my family.
I was a latchkey kid. I grew up in the generation that kind of straddles the millennia. So when I was born, there was no such thing as the World Wide Web. Although we did happen to grow up in a family that was high tech. I grew up in a time and an era being from Silicon Valley, where we actually had computers and everybody else didn't. And some people had computers that actually had telephones attached to the side of them, and they could speak to each other, but we didn't have the World Wide Web. My generation has seen everything. We've gone from phones with cords and no microwaves to carrying computers in our pockets. So my childhood was a little different. We got to play outside and it was expected. If you stayed inside too long, people thought you were weird. And now if kids play outside as long as we did, somebody calls the police and they end up with a helicopter searching for them. So it's just a different way of being.
And it depends. Are you saying my childhood as far as from toddler to teenage years, or are you asking just in general all the way until I became an adult? Mm-hmm. I would say probably from till about the 5th grade, it was pretty average that I know of. My parents would argue and fuss a lot, but it's just what we dealt with. I had mom and dad in the home. Probably about, I'd say 5th grade, we moved back to my grandmother's house because my parents separated. So my childhood was okay until I started to notice the dysfunction, and then it became, there was turmoil. So it was okay until I became a young woman, and then realized that I had a parent that didn't respect women. So then it became toxic, I guess. That's a good question. It was an experience. A lot of different types of times in my childhood, and some were sad and some were happy.
My childhood was fun. Spent mostly a lot of traveling. I played basketball, so a lot of moving around with tournaments and things like that.
My childhood was good. I had a lot of fun, had a lot of laughs. I was surrounded by love, support. I had my downs and I had my highs and I had my lows, but I feel like I learned a lot of lessons in my childhood and my adolescence, being a young kid, growing up in the Bay Area and then moving to San Joaquin Valley, and how much of a culture shock that was and just how different it was. But yeah, for the most part, I had a good childhood. I did, experience some traumatizing things. I won't really get into detail, but, just some, like I said, just some lows, that I was able to grow from and learn from. But I always had a support system. I always had a support system that I could lean on and go to for guidance and protection and love no matter what.
was really fun. I love to play outside and also love to play video games on like the Game Boy, Nintendo DS, and stuff like that. So it was definitely the best of both worlds in that way.
My childhood was pretty cool. Growing up in the 2000s was fun. I had great shows, great entertainment. It was like the last sort of period where you weren't like handed a phone or an iPad by like age 2. Like we still played outside and stuff, and like had moments to be bored and like stare at the rain and think about things as a kid and ponder life as a kid. So that was really cool. Yeah, I had a good childhood. I have an older sister who I'm really close with, and my mom, I was raised by a single mom, and she like gave me the world, which I'm really thankful for. Yeah.
My childhood was loud. It was always my favorite when my mom would have like get-togethers with family or with her friends at the house, or when I would go outside and play with my friends. But at the same time, it was also kind of lonely. I remember just being in my room playing with my toys, or sitting in our living room playing online video games, and you know, just using my imagination to run wild. I always remember my mama being there. I remember her cooking. I remember baking with her or for her, because she's not much of a baker. My childhood, I miss it. And I'm young, but I miss being a little kid, and I miss being able to go to daycare after school and then my mama picking me up. My childhood. I don't know. I guess that explains it.
Okay, so talking about values, it's kind of funny because those same values are being really twisted and manipulated today. But the basic values were respect for family first, and you respected your elders. And then you respected, like, when I say elders, it was like all the elders in your neighborhood, your teachers, your coaches, all the elders in your church. And then after respecting elders, then you respected each other. And in that respect, there was a lot of like the way that people will get on social media and just say really vile and horrid things, that would kind of not happen, because that would be disrespectful to another person. And yeah, family was the biggest value. Integrity, strength, and courage. And courage didn't necessarily mean that, you know, you put on a cape and jumped off buildings. Courage meant that maybe you use your voice to speak up for yourself or someone else who was being maligned, or who was not benefiting from what generally everyone in the society benefited from. So integrity was super, super huge as I was growing up. Like, you did the right thing because it was the right thing to do, not like it was for personal gain, or not because you thought that someone else would look upon you differently. You just did it because it was the right thing. So those are some of the core values.
Always take care of my sisters. Those were my, my family first. And when I say family, I mean my sisters, Mila and Mona. Be honest, loyalty, but mainly it's you and your sisters against the world.
To be like a hard worker, and always like stick up for my sisters and I see like what I was, and to tell the truth.
Wow, a lot of different, a lot of different family values, sticking together as a family, always being there for each other as a unit, especially me and my sisters. We were taught that, and that's how we always were. Those are just a few of them.
Never give up, family, teamwork, resilience, to say the least.
What I would say is independence. I was raised by a single dad. My mom had passed away when I was really young from breast cancer. So my dad raised me to be an independent woman, to not have to depend on anybody, a man or otherwise, and just getting my own. I was already pretty independent, wanting to do things by myself. And as I got older, it just built up. And so it's to the point where I don't want to ask anybody to do anything for me. I want to do it on my own. And sometimes that can be my downfall. I want to do things for myself. Even if I don't know how to do it, I just want to do it. Just say I did it and I tried, and then I'll ask for help. But I've gotten a lot better with asking for help. But anyway, self-love and self-worth. So that just means, loving myself. Again, I had a single dad. He taught me, to love myself. Always telling me I was beautiful, how pretty I was, giving me positive encouragement and motivation to just be myself. Always telling me, even now, I'm 23 years old, he tells me, I love when you have your natural face and you wear your natural hair and stuff like that. He loves when I wear a dress though, or, full lock, stuff like that. But, he just loves my natural face, my natural everything, which I really appreciate because it ultimately taught me how to love myself and how to love my natural beauty just the way it is right now. And, for a long time, I didn't know how to do makeup. I didn't learn how to do makeup until I got to college because when I was in high school, like my first 2 years, my dad didn't want me wearing makeup. So I was like, whatever. And even when I was going to school, I graduated in 2016, you could wear a full face or you didn't. You can get away with just wearing your natural face or wearing mascara and some lip gloss and calling it a day. Like wearing makeup all the time, being your face wasn't like really a trend. So yeah, so that just ultimately, like I said, taught me to love myself how it naturally was. And then when I learned how to do makeup, I could enhance my natural beauty. So I really appreciate my dad for that.
And growing up, I was really taught to work hard for the things that you want for yourself and not expect others to do all the work, and definitely to be kind to people that you meet. You never know what others are dealing with and going through.
I was instilled with definitely like valuing unconditional love, loyalty, honesty was a big one, because I would tell little white lies and fibs pretty often to like my mom or whatever, and she definitely instilled in me like the importance of being honest and just like truthful and genuine with like everything I do, just like in my lifestyle, not just like literally not lying or whatever. So that was a big one. Definitely like empathy, treating people with kindness, whether I know them or not, whether I like them or not, whether I'm close with them or not. Those were really important values that like were instilled in me pretty young.
Always told me to be a leader and not a follower, to never let anything really get past me. If I don't like it, to make it known that I don't like it. Speak my mind at all times. I would say to be respectful, but those kind of contradict each other, but be respectful. To know that I'm beautiful and to love myself. And whatever I want to do, as long as I'm happy, she'll be proud of me. So my definition of success, because of everything that my mom instilled in me, is just to be happy.
Inspiration is kind of a tough word for me. I guess who I was inspired by, like, I wasn't the type of person that I'm weird. I didn't see people and go, oh, I want to be that person. I was not that person. I was more of, I would like to have these things or have this way. And so I'm just going to look toward people who are that way of being or have those things. And so if I were to just pick people out, personal people in my life was my grandmother, your great grandmother, who you did not meet. And she was kind of amazing. And if you look at all of the women in our family, we all like do something. Like, you come from a family where I don't think there's any woman in our family that's not part of some organization or part of some team outside of our, our immediate family. We are doing something, whether it's volunteering for the big sale or like me, I have, I'm on several boards and I have a business and a couple other things. So the people that inspired me when I was younger, especially around your age, were people, especially women, who were going out and getting that done. And so it was like, I'd look up, and I'm gonna date myself. I'd look up and I'd see people like Angela Davis. And if you don't know who she is, ask the lady at Google. She actually teaches at a university close to you. She was a very strong woman who was an educator, but was also a civil rights and women's rights activist. But then I'm also inspired by, artists like Basquiat. And I'm weird. I really, really am a huge Van Gogh fan. And knowing that I'm a therapist, Van Gogh had some issues. And I'm like, this is a person who was inspired me by continuing to create his art. Who else inspired me when I was your age? Music was a huge thing for me. So a lot of the musicians at the time, and so that would, when I say at the time, that'd be back in the 80s and 90s. And that's about all I can think of just off the cuff.
Honestly, I think a normal answer is like your mom or your dad, because they came before you. But I would honestly say that my inspiration is my daughter, Dania, because I see that she pushes regardless of, sometimes she gets tired, she gets frustrated, she gets attitudes, but she wants to be the best at everything. And I so wish that I was that kid.
I want to say my mom was when I was younger, just because she had a lot to deal with and raising like 3 girls as best as she knew how. I thought that was amazing. I really did.
I would say my sisters are more so an inspiration to me over everything. Yeah.
Inspired, past tense, maybe my brother. Currently, like my nieces and nephews.
And then I would say that 2 of my inspirations are my grandmothers. They really instilled my love of reading, and I still love to read. I love to reread old books all the time, and I love getting a new book.
I think I inspire myself. I think I'm my inspiration, to be honest. Like, I seek out things that like make me tick and like get me excited and everything. There's not really one singular thing that does that, but if I had to pick something, definitely just like my people in my community where I'm from. Growing up in the Bay is like such a cultural melting pot, and just like so easy to like meet people from all over the world with all types of different experiences. And I was like really blessed with that experience throughout my life, to just like meet people from all backgrounds. So like the diversity where I'm from
definitely inspires me. But my people, as in like Black people, inspire me all the time so much, because I think our stories need to be told and are important. And as like a storyteller, as somebody who like is pursuing storytelling in my career, like that, my people and their experiences and their lives and everything really inspires me.
My inspiration. I am inspired by being happy myself and making my mom proud. Those are the things that keep me moving. Those are the things that make me want to work harder. Just to know that one day I'm going to be successful and I'm going to be happy, and my mom can look back and know that everything that she's gone through and everything that she's done was not in vain, because my legacy is something that is bright.
There isn't one thing I would tell my younger self. There are many things. And I often ask people when there's a question like this, you know, if I were to ask you, which would you choose, chocolate or vanilla? Generally, people will go with what they consider their favorite, and you say chocolate or vanilla. And I'm the person that's like both. But the question was or, but I choose both. And so in asking what would I tell my younger self, the first thing I would tell my younger self, you're gonna crack up, keep dancing. For many, many, many reasons, but always dance. And the next thing would be, don't doubt yourself, because you generally are the person in the room who actually knows what's going on. And in some situations, you're the smartest person in the room. And always, always go with your gut. We're given that gut feeling for a reason. And oftentimes we choose not to go with our gut because of all the programming we get that, well, you can't be the person who's right and your gut instinct, blah, blah, blah. Go with your gut.
Pack your bags and go to college. All the other stuff is secondary. Get your education, go to college, live your life, and everything else will be there when you come back.
Love yourself and live your life.
Stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused on what's important. Handle your business.
Keep going, never give up.
That's a hard one, because I feel like I would tell my younger self at different stages different things. Like if I was talking to like kid me, I would just like tell them like continue to be curious and explore and never stop exploring and being curious and asking questions and thinking critically. Middle school me, I would probably tell her like, you're beautiful and awesome and have so many good things ahead and everything. Younger high school me, I would probably say, focus on like what's important. Don't get caught up in like the trivial stuff, like what other people think about you, or what other people have going on in general. Like focus on you and what you want to do, what you're interested in, what you're passionate about, and like put your all into that.
Little me. I would tell her so much. I would tell her that it's okay to be loud. It's okay to be yourself. You don't have to fit into everyone else's norms. It's okay to know that you're beautiful. It's okay to stand tall. It's okay to be different. I would tell her that she's amazing. She's amazing just the way that she is, and that there is no reason to change yourself for anyone or for any reason.
Well, there you have it. A little insight on what I cherish most. The women in my family, the women who inspire me, the women who I look up to, the glorious, glorious women in my family. And no, that's not all of them, but it is a good amount of them. And before I roll the credits, this is just a little thank you and appreciation to them. So thank you guys for allowing me to interview you, whether that was on Zoom, in person, or I sent you the questions and you recorded them on your phone. Thank you so much for allowing me to see inside of your head for just a little second. And most of all, thank you for allowing me to put you in this video. It was a lot of difficulties at times where our schedules were clashing, but at the end of the day, we figured it all out, and now look at us. We've got this amazing video, not to my own horn, but we have this amazing video, and I love it, and I love you guys. So thank you. I'm Dania McKenzie, and this was a video about my women.
Dear Lord, in the battles that we go through in life.
Dear Lord, in the battles that we go through in life.
We ask for a map that's fair.
We ask for a map that's fair.
The courage to do or dare.
The courage to do or dare.
If we should win,
let it be by the code.
With faith and honor held high.
With faith and honor held high.
If we should lose, stand by the road.
We'll stand by the road.
And cheer as winners go by.
And cheer as winners go by.
But day by day.
But day by day. We get better and better. A team that can't be beat. Won't be beat.
Eagles on me. Eagles on three. One, two, three.
Eagles!
The feeling before a match is probably the most scary and enduring nervousness you'll ever have in your life. You just have to prepare yourself, listen to music, try to calm yourself down. It's just how it goes. When you lose, it's sad, emotional, but when you win, it's like you just won everything in the world. It's amazing.
Lessons. When tournaments come around, you set foot on the mat knowing that victory relies on how hard you train and how much further you're willing to go.
I'd say our team has a really good bond, partially because I feel like as part of such a close contact sport, you're kind of forced to be really good with everybody, or at least comfortable with everybody. But we are definitely all super supportive of each other, and we're always cheering on each other, and I swear we're the loudest in the room half the time. But it's really fun, and it's really feels like a family, I guess you could sort of describe it as.
The PG wrestling team is really close. We're all like really cool with each other. The team promotes unity by helping each other when you need it. Freshmen and sophomores, they might need help. Just like with my other teammates, I need help too sometimes, and people just help each other out, and we're just kind of united like that.
For our COVID precautions, we test weekly, obviously, since we are such a close contact sport. And we're making sure, just personally, that we're all keeping up on hygiene, which is something that you sort of have to do with wrestling anyway. So everybody's pretty on top of their cleanliness and their personal health. And we just make sure to take care of each other because we want everybody to stay safe and be able to wrestle even if we can't.
Take people accountable. If he does this a lot to me. If he knows I'm not working hard, he's gonna say something. Like, say something.
Yeah, I think right along with what you said, accountability. It starts with what you do in practice. Like, if somebody, like you said this too earlier, like practice this. If somebody's not working hard, don't try to hurt them. But be like, hey, you're not working hard. Give me the right reaction. Or hey, that's how you build each other up. But seeing them and talking to them about the things that they're doing makes me appreciate the opportunity that I have to do what I love, right? Professionally and athletically. So I carry that into the room with me. When I interact with my teammates and colleagues, I'm gonna hold them to the same standards that I'm holding myself to. Because I know there's people out there doing things that they'd probably rather not do so that we can, wrestle and pursue our dreams.
So you guys are world-class athletes, travel all around the world. Would you say you still get nerves when you go to competitions? So you just you're able to manage those nerves? You don't get nervous?
I get nervous all the time.
You do?
I don't get nervous.
Everyone figures out what that thing is for them. For me, like I was talking about, when I get to the tournament, I'm serious. Because for me, that's what takes my nerves away.
Project Pronouns is an idea that is being brought to life by Club Jane in journalism to teach people about pronouns, their origins, and why they're important.
The goal of Project Pronouns is to share the importance of everyone being accepted in today's society, or are starting to be accepted. Because of pronouns becoming more versatile, more people are sharing their own combinations of pronouns. We also want to share how people can respect others' pronouns, how to properly apply them, and if a mistake is made, how to apologize and move forward. We want people to feel safe with being themselves, and how this can be accomplished is by educating others on its importance. Big changes start with small steps, and we want to take these steps and give others the opportunity to take them with us.
Project Pronouns started out as an idea, a conversation topic within Club Jane. Club Jane is a feminist activist club at Casa Roble High School. The club then decided they wanted to educate others on pronouns and do the research, to then put together a presentation and video.
Pronouns are terms we use to describe ourselves in third person. There are already pronouns that society has accepted, which are she, her, and he, him, but we want to change that. Psychological studies show that when people hear he, generically they don't hear it as a gender-neutral term. Thanks to society, they only think of men. Using gender-neutral pronouns reduces mental biases that favor men and increase positive attitudes towards women and the LGBTQ community.
A lot of the times, people will make jokes which are not appreciated. Either that or it's just vague concern for unnecessary reasons, which is not fun. And it's just very uncomfortable. It's just exhausting. If there was a world where we can just move to a place where everything's like simpler with pronouns, that would be lovely. Well, I had been thinking about it for a lot of my life to change my pronouns. I had officially changed it in the winter of 7th grade, I believe. That sounds right. People should not have to compromise parts of their identity for you. That's kind of messed up. And if you want people to change for you, then let's not do that. It's not that hard, and you can work on yourself and help yourself out and help them out. And if you are confused, you can ask them respectfully, and you can learn, and you can educate yourself, and you can help yourself and more them out. And it would be amazing. Because it's kind of exhausting to get misgendered all day and be afraid to correct people and just move your life along like that.
I think misgendering happens because people judge on what they see and not get to know the person personally, so they just judge on how they look and not question it and get more information on it.
I think misgendering happens because people like to jump to conclusions before knowing others, and society likes to base what they think off what they see.
I think it happens primarily because people are confused and they just don't know what to call somebody. I think there are instances where people want to prove a point, so they will purposely do it, but I like to think that that's not as common as people think.
I feel that misgendering can be prevented, like if people educate themselves and if they actually do some research about it and how dangerous misgendering can be. Because out of all honesty, the reason why lots of transgender youth and stuff commit suicide is because of misgendering and they don't feel comfortable in their own skin. But I feel like if people just educated themselves a bit more and they actually understood what it was, then the suicide rates would go down in the transgender and non-binary youth population.
Well, when we were in public, instead of looking at a person and assuming their gender, like he, her, or he, him, you can just use they instead, so you wouldn't be misgendering them as well. And in the classroom, when they make you say your name as an icebreaker, they should also ask what your pronouns are. And then if your pronouns do change, then you should be able to tell the class that the class should be a safe environment.
I think respectfully asking somebody their pronouns could prevent misgendering.
I personally use they, them pronouns. The way by using different pronouns has affected my life is by just being treated differently in social aspects. I've been actually been told that I don't deserve rights, that I'm going to hell, that all of my opinions are invalid because I don't use she, her pronouns. I've actually been told that I would get hunted down and beaten up and raped just because I use they, them pronouns. So that's just some of the ways I've been treated differently. It made me feel really sad because I'm just a human being, you know, and just by using different pronouns, I shouldn't be disrespected just because of that. I decided to use these pronouns a little bit over a year ago. I think it's important because it can just affect someone's mental health by disrespecting them, even if it's just as a joke. With so many people having the mentality of, oh, it's just a joke. So many trans people are getting misgendered all the time, and that is really hurting them as a human being. So I think it's just really important to use it so it helps trans people.
Back in September, when the U.S. left Afghanistan, we left some of our own behind, students of San Juan. Here's Superintendent of San Juan for more information.
After we really pulled out, we didn't know what the relationship was going to be with the Taliban. And so during one situation, they actually were requesting that we move some families to a particular hotel, and the concern was we knew that hotel was controlled by the Taliban. We had a little over 40 students, and if you include all the family members that were there, we had around 75 total folks that were in Afghanistan. The folks that we are bringing back previously had lived in the United States and been members of our community. So really we're trying to get them back home and back with their families. I think where it creates a lot of danger is that there's other terrorist organizations within Afghanistan that are kind of even going to war with the Taliban. So it surely is not a safe situation, and individuals have been put up in safe houses for their own protection.
In Sacramento, we are home to the largest Afghan community in the country. Hearing this news should affect us all and bring awareness to the situation. Ami Berra, a representative of California's 7th Congressional District, quoted that his office has been working around the clock to assist in this situation. A representative from San Juan Unified School District with more information.
Little by little, we've supported with different efforts that are going on. We can't go into specifics because of safety reasons, because efforts are still continuing. But I can tell you that being led by our superintendent, hands-on, he does everything he can, along with my team and others throughout the district that are supporting to help get families out.
Although our State Department says they've been working around the clock, our San Juan Unified School District disagrees. Here's why.
I think the Taliban is hoping to become a legitimized government organization, so they have been working with us somewhat. The problem is the State Department hasn't really stepped up. We have gotten out over 20 students from Afghanistan so far. We had around 20 families. We're down to 5 families now left that are still there, so we've made quite a bit of progress. But we're also working with trying to bring back other groups and communities who may need help as well.
And even some families that get out, we don't know exactly how they get out. There's other efforts going on to get them out. But when they get here, they don't have anything, and they don't qualify for resettlement agency support because they're considered walk-ins. Our district went above and beyond to pay for a hotel for them to stay. We got them beds. We were driving to South Sacramento I borrowed a truck. We drove to South Sacramento to pick up some beds and some supplies for them.
Today in 2021, fashion changed dramatically. What was popular as recent as 2020 is now undesirable in 2021. In 2020, one could argue that fashion plateaued as the global pandemic forced people inside. Priorities changed and fashion took backseat as more pressing matters took precedence. As lockdowns are lifted, fashion is changing as people step outside again and pent-up the creativity is changing how things look. Let's listen to some people about their thoughts.
How do you feel about the new fashion trend that's currently going on?
I like it. I like how some people are bringing back baggy clothes, like from the 80s and 90s.
I think social media definitely has a huge influence on fashion. That's mostly, I think, where fashion comes from these days.
I don't really care about fashion that much. I just wear whatever.
No, my fashion is unique and I'm the only one that can pull it off.
Well, it is true that social media is pretty much its core of fashion. Many influencers showed their own taste in style of clothes from previous years to the modern day now, giving viewers to expand their ideas. But can fashion be overrated?
Honestly, I think it's cool, but then at the same time, I think it's gonna be like one of those like little bandwagon things. Like, so how you describe it? Something comes out, people love it, dies off, but then people still carry it on. So bandwagon, they ride it until like they keep milking it basically.
I mean, it's fine. Some of them does look good, but I do feel like some of the certain brands like Supreme or Gucci, where you're just paying for the brand and not really for the clothing quality, I feel like that, I don't know, I think it's just overpriced clothes.
It's nice, but some people do it a little too far. Like, they show revealing, like a lot of skin, but they wear what they want to wear.
It's just that you look dumb if you wear what the top pop stars are wearing.
I mean, you do you, man. I don't really care. Anyone can wear whatever they want.
Even if it's overrated, people would bring back its style in the past and give a true meaning of the aesthetic.
As a student of Generation Z leaves high school and begins their journey towards their adulthood, they will face a lot of issues regarding education, healthcare, and affordable housing. So, what is the federal government doing for us? How can the federal government help us? This is the future of Generation Z.
There's tons of information out there about the amount of debt that different generations, here in this country have amassed. And largely it's due to the fact that higher education, college in particular, is now more of a private good instead of a public good.
For the past 30 to 40 years, student debt continues to skyrocket. From 1987 to 2017, students are paying 129% more at private colleges and 217% more at public colleges. One of the main reasons for this happening is due to a lack of state funding from the federal government.
We're not paying as much taxes relative to earlier generations, so therefore the government has less dollars to give to the universities, which then passes along and shifts that cost burden to families and then the debt, so then therefore their students are mired in copious amounts of debt.
State funding from 2008 to 2018 has declined by $6.6 billion, and that decline still increases today. So, how can the federal government solve this problem? One popular solution is making college tuition free and canceling all student debt.
So I look at it the other way. I think what is simpler and more straightforward is A, making all public colleges and universities tuition free for all people, and B, canceling all student debt.
Free college tuition would allow students an easier access to higher education, jobs, and other benefits. However, there are also a lot of negatives that come with free tuition. If college is accessible to everyone, colleges could be overpopulated, taxes would rise to make up for the cost, and the quality of education might not be an attention grabber for employers. Instead of making college free, the prices of colleges should be reduced to a fair and affordable price for the students and their families to pay.
So rather than climbing walls, lazy rivers, and so-called safe spaces, and then asking for bailouts, universities should be cutting costs and focusing on educating their students.
The current system is not working very well. People are paying too much. A lot of the people who do have insurance literally can't afford to use their insurance. We need to fix what's broken.
In the past 20 years, the Consumer Price Index for Medicare has grown annually at 3.5%. This is due to multiple factors, including new technology, COVID-19, and the complexity of the United States healthcare system. In addition, the United States spends a large amount of money on healthcare, spending twice more than other countries. But despite these purchases, we lag behind other countries. So, what should we do?
Maybe the United States of America should do what virtually every other major country on earth does and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege.
The United States, however, is the only country that doesn't follow this model. In comparison, other countries follow a universal healthcare model, which allows anyone to afford healthcare regardless of the financial position they are in. So, why can't we just switch to universal healthcare? Well, it isn't that simple. Healthcare is paid for by the government, and the government pays for it through taxes. This means that countries that have free healthcare would have to increase the amount of taxes in order to make up for free healthcare. To prevent making taxes higher while making healthcare more affordable, we must think of a different approach. The federal government can change the way federal programs pay for healthcare, reducing federal healthcare subsidies, and make the cost of healthcare more visible.
The biggest challenge that we have these days related to homelessness is simply just a lack of affordable housing.
The funding of housing programs and housing policies are provided by the federal government, and yet housing has become so unaffordable that it has become a huge issue and a huge threat to multiple generations, especially Gen Z. The federal government does have policies in place, but they are mostly eligibilities. Eligibilities means that you have to reach a certain requirement in order to be provided a service. This would include your annual gross income, the area you live in, your immigration status, and more. These eligibilities, however, can make it difficult for one to be in a program, especially if you are in a formerly redlined area.
There were communities, and they were all communities of color, where they wouldn't give mortgage loans and where they didn't support people being able to move into those areas unless they met the racial covenants.
So, instead of making policies eligibilities, the federal government should make policies entitlements and invest money to the people.
Medicare is an entitlement, for example. Anyone that gets to a certain age, no matter what, right? That's what's called an entitlement.
The future of Generation Z is in danger due to education being overpriced, healthcare being unattainable, and housing being unaffordable. But with the help of the federal government by funding the people, these problems can be solved.
She is loving.
Sue is sweet.
We adopted, my family and I adopted a Siberian Husky at the age of 8 months old. And in May of 2020, he jumped up on my left side, my left chest, and knocked me down. And the next morning, I had a lump. I've been on a roller coaster journey dealing with chemotherapy infusions, surgery on November 19th, 38 straight days of radiation therapy, and then more chemo medications.
My routine daily changed, but it gave me an opportunity to check on her in the morning, and then, you know, I'd give her a call during lunchtime to check on her, make sure everything was good. So it just, you know, more checking up, making sure she was okay health-wise, and, you know, she was there, you know, because it's very scary.
But before I could even get to a surgery, I grew a second tumor right underneath the first one. Come to find out, I did not have HR positive, PR positive, or HER2 positive cancer. I had triple negative cancer. And that's the worst kind of cancer a woman can get. It changed everything in my life from that day forward when I found out that I had triple negative breast cancer. I had to start using a walker. I had to start using a cane. I had to have a plastic chair for the bathroom, for the shower, for the bathtub. And when I got up to go to the bathroom, I didn't feel right. And sure enough, I passed out after I got up. Thank God I was able to pull up my pants, but when I turned to leave and wash my hands and leave the bathroom, I crashed.
So something happened with Grandma. She went to the bathroom, like she walked out, and we're waiting for our classes to start, and she went to the bathroom. We were knocking on the door, but she's not responding to us, and we really think she fell. And I know you just went to work, and we need you to come home as soon as you can.
I felt like I was gonna lose her.
You cannot hold stuff in, you know, like you're going, and this is, I think, for anybody in any situation, but when going through anything that is heavy, having support of your other family that you live with, being able to wake up and say, you know what, all of a sudden I feel terrified today. I feel scared today, you know, and realizing that that's okay, you know, crying, oh my God, I cried a lot, you know? I mean, I'm about to tear up again now because, like, you can go, you know, a lot of times we go on autopilot and we just do what we have to do and you don't take time to think.
Thanks for tuning in for all of the documentary finalist videos. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. with the school news finalist announcements.